Hey y'all, how you doing today? Welcome back to some more Warframe. So, first things first, for some reason, YouTube has decided to go back to putting just your handles on the thing instead of your actual names. So I do apologize for that for some reason. I don't know why it's doing that. But I'll do my best to kind of give some shout outs here. Again, I do apologize for that. I don't really know why it's doing it. But first, we have some new members: Matt Schultz, Joseph King, and R1V1. And then to all of you here: Jeremiah, Sarash, Rays, It's Al Cursed, Matthew, Kig Walker, Nico, Creative Burnout, Amaltia, Yellow Swiss Roll. How y'all doing today? So, I am glad you got the opportunity to make it. Here's the thing. We got to start getting this character closer to being able to be a, let's say, fully contributing partner to the sIEGE channel and overall war effort. So what we're going to be doing is essentially doing a little bit of grinding towards the new war. The new war is the next character on this, or next step quest on this particular character. I think I'm going to end up doing that one in the next stream, only because there's a few other things I really do need to get, like just a couple different mods and such. Just a few little things here and there to try to beef up this character a little bit. I was fortunate enough in a little bit of grinding to pick up these two, which was a big deal. But more importantly, we're going to be talking about the effects and the implications of our fair Duviri. Tom Stirrup, hello. My farming went pretty well. I got everything I wanted. It seems like, I don't know, is it just me or back in the day? Hey, Code, how are you? Back in the day, when a new frame came out, it was like, and you knew you had a grind rig going, like it was on. But like now, it's very easy to get the frames. Especially the new ones that pop out. The prime frames still have the same level of RNG stuff going on. But, wow. How does everybody feel about what they've experienced so far in Isleweaver? Whole lot of void tongue going on, and I likes it. Good afternoon, Tim Jones. Yeah, you're on to something there. Shishka 6641. It is a rather limited experience. We had a member stream on Saturday, and one of the things that I had made mention of is that whereas I definitely enjoyed the experience, and the lore was fantastic. One of the main issues with it was essentially that the island itself was rather was rather small. And I would have liked more area to go and search around and see what I could see versus, just
The Prince of Fire.
the little bit that
Lodin of Duviri was nicknamed the Prince of Fire, a mocking title, for he ruled over nothing, least of all himself.
Another day. Another insult to my dignity. My right. Return me to my rightful place, or suffer the consequences!
Okay, so
Relics of my ancestors shattered. He's trying to erase my proof of ancestry.
all right, Luden.
Rebuild my great-grandmother's shrine at once!
Can I talk too? Thanks, buddy. Okay, so a lot of people were saying that about the story and it not really having any cutscenes and whatnot. So I have a theory about that, and it is something that I kind of postulated to people before. That I very much wonder if it seems like how DE is moving forward, at least with the storytelling, depending on where it is in the timeline of the year. You're gonna have our traditional, like the quests that we're all used to, the Hex version, the New War. We're gonna get that once a year. But I think they're going to start moving, and I'm only saying this because I've been basing it on essentially what we've seen kind of in the last 2 years. But I'm thinking that for the other quests during the year, you're going to see a kind of Dark Souls type storytelling being implemented. I mean, I have no reason to know completely why it is. Only DE would know the full extent of it. But at the same time, what I've noticed is and this goes back to like Dante's quest and like kind of the aftermath even of Jade Shadows with Parvos Granum, Kume, the Five Fates. What it is it looks like from those quests, these smaller quests, what we're going to be doing is kind of, all right, buddy, come on here, Jedi Warrior. We're going to be kind of getting the story through the gameplay itself. Every single time I go to play, I always say, make sure to change the color of your reticle because it's really hard to make out white against everything else. And every time I never do anything. It's kind of frustrating after a while. So, I guess the point that I'm trying to make here is that, and I don't parry, by the way, so everybody that knows my gameplay knows that by now. I think that's what we're going to be getting moving forward, and that's essentially what you see in Isleweaver. You're getting most of the story is coming from Nisi, for the most part, with bits from Mathila, I should say, and Thrax. And then finally you have the visual aspect of it, the world building part, where that's where you're going to have more of the things that I would consider like where you see Sithel's mask lying on the ground. You see, obviously, Minerva and Velimir. And your DE kind of wants you to make your assumptions about the story regarding what you think is happening. Oh, wow. This guy came out early, didn't he? So, at the end of the day, I actually kind of like it because I think it offers DE the chance to do a lot more storytelling wise, and we get a lot more content. Because I'm going to tell you, for those that remember, like probably 4 years ago, we're getting a lot more than we used to, as far as like story content and just overall new stuff. We're getting a lot more than we used to be, you know, given over the course of a calendar year. And I think that's the storytelling aspect that kind of got lost a little bit in some of these quests, I think is what needed to be sacrificed. That being said, I do think in the same breath they decided to pick a good thing to be inspired by to move forward.
Quickly rose.
We aren't fighting Rousalka because I'm on my second character.
While I deal
But
with whichever of the
if you all would like that, I can always flip over. I'm trying to get this character up,
You can take it back down again.
and I didn't want to inundate everybody with too much visual stuff because there's a lot of things that I want to bring up in the video that I'm putting out for Isleweaver that I would kind of like some of this to be a surprise. Because there's some great secrets and there's some great implications within the context of Isleweaver. So GG Nor, Ul is possibility. We've just learned that recently. So that's a new one. DE kind of snaked us a little bit this time. They gave us 3 new songs, 2 of which have Void Tongue in them, but they didn't offer us any Void Tongue to English translations anywhere this time. So the new words that have come out were still, also, it seems like we know that Mariloke is definitely us, although we don't know what it means because, yeah, that's right, Srosh. So basically, Mariloke is, but we don't know what it means. We know it's void something, but we don't know what the other word means, but we know that the Drifter acknowledges that the Man in the Wall calls us that. So that's what our name is, at least from the perspective of the Man in the Wall. Sarash, yeah, but do we know what Tethra Jarak means? Because I don't think they gave us any lyrics or anything to it. I didn't yet see the Radiation Wars in mentioned in the new KIM. I must have picked the wrong thing. That's what I think a lot of us believe is Void Child, Void Demon, because it's funny that I don't know if like DE was like listening to all the community's suggestions and then decided to implement them into the KIM because that's what Eleanor kind of speculates on a few different things. Reese, well, that's the song. In the newest one, she thanks, I can't remember, was it Peachy who said that or in our last stream, but it's Reese, Kra Reese. So it's like, it doesn't really mean much. It's like something like possibilities, time, or wait, what's... And then, wait, what's Craw again? Okay, Lunar, that's a good question, Lunars, because that's something that's in there. Box of Not, hey, welcome back to the Scholars. Thank you for rejoining. Appreciate that. Appreciate you very much. Now, my herald looked like you once. There could be there might be a double meaning there, and I've been thinking about that one a lot. This will be something I do go over in my video, but first meaning is that okay, so what we're kind of learning based upon what happened in Isleweaver is that there's a couple different little developments that are allowing us to have a better understanding of how the void works. Okay, first thing is this. I don't know exactly how this works out exactly, but there is a line that Mathila says that says there are two creatures that look exactly like you out there. And what that kind of means to me is that, again, we're looking at a trinity instead of what we had always believed was just a duo. And the man in the wall is a third variation. The operator version is a third variation of I guess, our operator. Like there's another copy of us out there for real. I mean, we've seen it kind of already at the end of Whispers in the Walls. So with that in mind, it could mean that, and I've been kind of thinking a lot about this, that certain heralds, let's say, I'm wondering if all heralds that are crowned always comply. And what I mean by that is that I think in the case of the children, when they were first given the power, and perhaps in other scenarios, because I imagine this isn't the first time that this sort of thing occurred, that once they understand the gist of what's going on, and that they've kind of been given the devil's deal versus like a contract in good faith, let's say, that within perhaps more than just the operator, perhaps even in another variation of Albrecht and Trotty. And I bring this up because there's this line that Illyria talks about. When in the very beginning of the Heart of Deimos, where she talks about actually seeing her father in the void when she goes in with her husband. And I've always wondered if perhaps there isn't a Albrecht version trapped somewhere, man trapped in that wall. Because like, when we think of the man in the wall, we think of the Vitruvian form, right? But to Albrecht, especially depending on how far away, and if the thing that is speaking, because this is a point that he brings up over and over again, I still had the thought, was I still trapped within the rictus of the wall? Like, it's very possible that there is a drifter variation of Albrecht still stuck somewhere. And like I said, I found that particular line about Mathila very interesting. Now, how that pertains to your question is, I'm wondering if it viewed the operator as a kind of herald in its own right, and now moving across from it saying, now it no longer follows me. That's the thing that I feel like is more relevant, but to me it also, and a thing that I kind of want to happen even more, is that this has all happened before, and that the last spiral round, we were the herald. Like, we went along with things, and then something changed. Because, you know, with the introduction of 1999 in the bringing out of time travel, but more importantly, going back in time and being able to have events of that era imprint themselves upon the origin system offers up new questions as to, kind of like in The Matrix. I said this in the member stream, and I will say this to all of you: if you have not yet seen the Matrix trilogy, I don't necessarily know that the fourth movie is necessary, because it's kind of its own story. But the Matrix trilogy is a compact. It really is. It's a compact story, and you know, I can't help but shake the idea that there's a point where Nisi says to us, two identical twin entities raised in completely different environments. Haven't you figured it out yet? And I think in that regard, there's two things to figure out. That one, when she says raised in two different environments, that to me sounds like an experiment. And it's kind of something that I've made mention to in my other video on Duviri, that a lot of what happened to the Drifter seems kind of like it was done on purpose, like very specifically to produce an effect, the effect of which being, you know, really relevant, especially during the Hex Quest. So with that in mind, I wonder if we're not going to come and find out at some point that we're not in the first version of where we're at, if you can understand what I'm saying. Like, that perhaps a lot of the events that we're going through now have already occurred with a different ending, or at least headed towards a different ending, and then through use of eternalism wasn't then brought back into line and allowed for us to have another chance at it. So let's see, I missed a bunch of people here. Frank, good to see you. Demon Angel. Dr. Hayes. Aston, good to see you. Christo. Ice Soul. The Anti-Star. Is it? See, I hate that they changed up all this stuff, man. I like to better having your regular names there. Yeah, and then there's the body thing. And then there's the body thing. And it's making me feel like, especially when we're talking about the story of the Orphan is clearly the operator or the Void Child. Clearly. And it makes you actually wonder, too. You know how when I knew it was the anti-hero. I hate the fact that they have all this additional crap now on your thing. I can't tell who's who. Like, I got used to particular names that I was remembering, and now there's all kinds of extra stuff on there. No. Yeah, she did say that. She says, why would you want this body that's already been chewed up so much? But I'm not 100% certain that, see, you got to watch with the man on the wall, though. You don't know. The man on the wall lies. The man on the wall loves to lie. That's the thing. And I'm going to give you another movie reference. I'm telling you. I'm pretty sure that the Orphan isn't Rousalka. That's my personal opinion. only because of what the Orphan is shown on about Lloyd. Now, I could be wrong, Clemita. Good to see you, by the way. But the Lloyd part and what she knew about the parents and stuff like that. Asked him, what is that? Because that's it can't be the finger. And I mean, there's supposed to be 3 of us.
Let us bring the wisdom of Thrax to more people.
Ow. I always call on the anger here. I'm never ready for it. See, that's what happens when I try to use my sword. I need these decrees. She has no intrinsics, so yeah, you guys just stay right there. Don't move. Just defend. Perfect. Yeah, that's it. That's how I like my computer AI. Stupid. That way I feel if the AI is stupid, then we have a much better, we're playing on a much more equal playing field, if you know what I'm. No. I don't think Wally took her arm. I think she lost her arm and he gave it back. I guess that's what the thing that she's saying is. I mean, I don't know, guys. I'm not saying 100%. I think that there's a sympathetic aspect to the indifference. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that the indifference wanted to be a part of what is going on originally. And I think a lot of it has to do specifically with the Orokin and the idea of entropy. Entropy's brought up a bunch of different times within this update. And in my mind, what I think occurred was that way back when all this first started, when Wally essentially first had the finger cut and Albert started figuring things out and the Orokin had started moving their already incredibly advanced technology forward with the power of the void now at their hands, they started to bring the entire universe to something closer to an unbalanced state, with control happening more than chaos. So, because, I mean, that's essentially what the Orokin represent in the game, order. They represent the idea of creating and then essentially establishing systems that stay for long periods of time, and even taking the natural order of things and manipulating it to the way that they perceive they want it to be. And they did this by use of the very void, the thing that is essentially trying in its own right on a cosmic scale, if you will, to continue to keep randomness a part of, to balance the scales, if you will, between chaos and order. So you can look at it from a sympathetic plea, I think, at least in the idea that the man in the wall is raging against the Orokin in their overall ploy to take over everything. Because, had the sentience never stopped the Orkans, say the sentients were like fully on board, were with with what the Orokin had been doing. Like there was no kind of pushback or nobody cared. And if the Orokin would have had the full support of the sentients, it's very likely that their control would have never stopped according to the system, or across the system, across the entire universe. Because it's not like the Orokin had to die. They had multiple different methods by which of staying alive forever. I mean, especially if you were one of the seven, not only could you continue to heal wounds and, stay away from sicknesses of any degree and stuff like that, but on top of that, you had access to continuity, which then you could just choose a whole new body and start fresh again. It's one of the interesting things about Ballas is that it makes you wonder if Ballas wasn't different at one point. And the reason why I ask that is because I always think of Margulis, at least from the way that she's described in the lore, as a kind of, she's an intelligent being, she's caring, she's thoughtful, she has all these really what I would call positive qualities. And to me, it seems odd that she would not only align herself, but actually fall in love with a person that we have come to find as like this total asshole. Aston, I did see that actually. Yeah, that's awesome. If you don't mind, I may actually use that that image that you gave me too. I'll give you credit for it, but in a video, because it'll save me time of actually getting one off Google. So thank you. So yeah, I think. Hey, Andreas, hello, good to see you. I think that's where we're at with things. That was the indifference, at least what they were doing, or I should say the Orokin. That was at least what the Orokin were spreading, and with the man in the wall appearing to be a cosmic force. I mean, there's really still no definitive information on that. I mean, hell, we could all be in a whole simulation at this point. I'm going to tell you that I could make you a video very easily. And I know nobody would like it, and nobody wants it, and I don't want it, and at all. But I could easily make you a very full video of how everything in the Warframe universe seems like a simulation. So taking that possibility completely out of the game and saying all this stuff is happening and blah, 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 and the whole 9 yards. I think you could make the argument that the man in the wall has gotten to a point with the creations within its universe that it has deemed them too powerful, and has to kind of swat them down. What's the ship there? There's a story that I was thinking of recently that mimics this. I can't remember what it is, but it's Chlamydia. Of course, it's a simulation. Hey, look, I'm just saying that at the end of the day, if you really, really, really want to dig deep, no, I didn't see social. I didn't see the something that you shared from social repost. Did you share it with me specifically? I apologize. I didn't actually check that out. And yes, I have seen the body of Lloyd. Let's see. Wait, let's get some questions in here. I was guessing. The songs on the scale of just the coming of age, change of melancholy instead of dread, change of. Well, I mean, okay, Sister Rosh, there's this whole thing where essentially Albrecht seems to believe that Duviri is the fulcrum by which the man in the wall can be countered. Whereas we haven't yet seen what that means. One thing I will say about Entradi is, even though he's wrong a lot in his assumptions on certain things, what I will say about him being wrong is he's not entirely wrong ever. It's almost like he just makes very small miscalculations along the way. So when I in certain things at least, I think you can make the argument that anything that comes from him, whether it be fully true or not, is, if nothing else, a good guideline. Ah, the Sol and Lua thing. Okay, so, well, all right. I've been thinking about that one too. And it's very possible that the whole Sol and Lua thing has to do with a kind of clashing of the gods, if you will. They're making it out to be, because that's how it used to be in the system. At one point, that's what everybody believed. The Sol and Lua were, the gods of existence. In fact, the Drifter, I should say that the Hex are actually quite upset whenever they are kind of given information that doesn't completely jive with that. Oh, I can't even get that thing now. That sucks. Well, it makes you wonder if it also makes you wonder if there is another group out there yet. Like, what if? And I'm not like completely hot on this, but I can definitely see the speculation of what if the man in the wall. Oh, now you're giving me the lip, huh? Yeah, well, that's going to change later, buddy. It sure will, you little bitch.
Was met with anger, and anger was his undoing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That, who knows? Maybe at some point we're going to find that there's another force, another benefactor at play that's been kind of like a silent player this whole time in this concept of Sol and Lua. Because at the end of the day, I think this is one of the reasons why, I don't know, maybe I'm going to be wrong on this. I still think I'm not, but I don't know. The odds are definitely stacking against me. I think if we go to Tau, especially if it's the whole sun thing, if we need to use the sun to get there, like, I can't see how this system stays alive unless we do the whole, like, kind of like Hulvania, like it's, all right, quit moving, buddy, where it's like a false Tau, But I feel like if the sun goes away and the origin system dies, then the story of Sol and Lua is pointless. Because they'll both have just faded away. So that's why... Oh, I mean, I think it'd be awesome if we go to Tau. I'm certainly not questioning the coolness factor. You know? I mean, I think it's incredibly cool. And I too, I would like to go there. I want to see. I want to go there. I want to go to oh, you little bastard. I want to go see the Orokin times too. Well, if we do see aliens, they'll be the first in all of Warframe. Well, what I'm saying, Creaser, I think that they already has his. I think it's already established that the Man on the Wall already has his own group. I'll do you one better. This is the one that's really messing with my head. You know, in the Hex Quest, when there's the scene where Albrecht, which I'm potentially even thinking is a good clone, the clone that doesn't know he's a clone. Again, speculation. But the beat up one, when they're speaking to that figure that keeps changing, right? It's showing all the different people that it has already had engagements with. And essentially, every single one of those could have their own doppelganger out there right now. And it could really put into question a bunch of things, like when you go to the Sanctum, do you really know who you're speaking to?
In the guts of Duviri. Something's happening down there. I can feel it. Sort it out, for void's sake.
Well, I don't know if you would call them that, because essentially everything that's being made, right, is essentially a product of this. First of all, the Murmur are created from the dust of essentially from the universe, if you will. And because they are influenced, and this whole thing is essentially made by the influencing of Albrecht and Trotty, whereas you could probably call them alien, they're still of human creation, if you will. I'm talking about true aliens. I don't know. Everybody seems, from what it looked like, it seemed like Pergasa was gone.
Deep within the undercroft. The paradox provides the means to extract them.
Where was Teshin at?
Must protect the excavators and keep them powered.
That was another question I had. Where's Teshin? Let's see, question. I try my best to explain. This is about the blue lip murmur. If I'm understanding you correctly, well, okay, so that's another thing too. Understanding Rousalka is very difficult because she speaks in two different methods. I don't know if you all noticed that. In one way, she speaks like Rousalka, but then at the same time, she flips over and speaks like the Man on the Wall. Essentially, like almost like the best way I can describe it is it is Rousalka, right? but willingly possessed. Because that's essentially what the poem, or the little tale that we get, alludes to. That she fought back against the indifference, like over and over and over and over again, and tried to fill her world with the people around her. Right? Whenever bad things would occur to her. But after a while, the bad things just kept happening, and they kept happening to her own people. And on a long enough timeline, she finally decided to just give up. So, in her regard, like I said, it's a situation where it's very... I think it's very different from the Tenno's, and absolutely different from Alberic's experience. The Tenno children were offered the power essentially in a very dire moment, if you will. Not over a long period of time, at least not by the, this what we've been told so far. And with that in mind,
I sense another void treasure.
It's a very different experience. I mean, when you think about it from the mentality of Alberic, we can't even definitively say that he did make a deal, because of the way that the Requiem kind of tells the story. It actually looks more so to the effect of that he ran from it. No different, really, than what the Man in the Wall is accusing the Tenno of doing now.
Extractor in place. A new void treasure may now be extracted.
I don't see. That's another thing too. I'm not really 100% certain on the whole Pergasa thing, because it's kind of alluded to in the New War that Pergasa had died, and that the ship was more of like a husk. I mean, that's what Era said. Mother is gone. That's right. And I'll do you a better one. Anybody else see a parallel with another story that we have, that we've been speculating on a thing that was portrayed one way in the story, but whoa, but actually hey, what the dude, what the hell? All right, I'm glitched out. I do. That's the thing. We really don't know what happened to it, because it's not like you can see it.
Extractor
right?
Deploying. Void treasure location established.
You think Vor is the Herald? That's pretty bold.
An extractor requires power.
All right, calm down, Teshin. It's only you're fucking doing anything. You like that thing about Mathila? Raxia had to be put down. She's crazy. Do Mathila next. Dude, get off the thing.
An extractor is out of power.
Jackass. Get your big body in the stupid thing.
Extractor charge expended.
Mm-hmm. There you are. Waiting for your sweet and sour ass. Too easy. Oh yeah. Yeah, I beat Vor. I haven't done the super hard version of it yet. Because I only had enough time because I wanted to record it, you know, for videos purposes. But I did beat it solo with my Titania, and she kicked the shit out of me. It was gross. In fact, I would say it reminded me a lot of the fights that I've had here in the Undercroft, where he can barely get all of the words out before he dies. Let's see. Let's see. If Era was in there, now he is with Bazul. Yeah, well, Bazul's his own thing that we have to kind of
away from him. So his rage became like a stone in his chest, weighing him down.
Well, I mean, I think now that's kind of been confirmed that there's an evil version of it. I don't know. It seems like that. Coat, you know what's interesting? It's actually not the Joy Spiral. That's what I thought, too. It turns into the Joy Spiral. But what's interesting is every time that I've been in that mission, when I've hit, like, the start button, I've been in sorrow, or I've been in fear, or I've been in anger, like, and then it turns into joy with at least the sky, if nothing else. So I don't really know. Well, Divinity, yeah, there's definitely something with that cutscene with the Lotus and the operators that is going to, I think, is going to start to become a little bit more prevalent here shortly. I do think we're going to finally start to get and see. Okay, so this is what I thought. The reason why I didn't think that we were going to Tau yet is because I was under the impression that we were going to get a portion of the Lotus's story. Now, I don't know. Maybe that's going to be it at Tau. But the last thing that we get, you know, the two little bits about the Lotus is one that, you know, the man on the wall obviously is alluding to her at some point as he crushes the Lotus flower. At the end, whispers in the walls. But then in the Lotus Eater, you know, we get the indifference wants to take you and I want to let it and all this other stuff. And I can only hear the call. And then her just kind of staring out in the nothingness these days, like just reiterating the same 7 lines over and over again. Like, what is the Blue Lip Murmur name in game? I don't really know what that is yet, to be honest with you. I haven't actually seen it. Are you talking about that thing that looks like the mouth of a vessel? Is that what you're, like, it looks like a kind of a flying diamond-looking thing with a little head? If that's the thing that we're talking about, it opens its mouth exactly like the vessels do whenever you, like, are going in to teleport through them. Yeah, I think I don't know if anybody else noticed that, but it's the vessel's mouth. Hey, Rays, oh, good to see ya. It's like that, huh? Nothing better than having that cold. It's like giving yourself bullet time. Hi, Krista. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate seeing you. That's what I said. I said the same thing. There's just too much of Duviri, in my opinion, that looks like it was just made as a method by which to train the Drifter for the exact things that they would need to do later. I mean, it's like... And that's kind of been my bigger... It's just hard for me to get it out of my head, that's all, because it's so prevalent. But this goes to what the Lotus says to us about the deal we made. She asked us, what did we promise it? It's implied she also made a deal to move Lua. What did she promise it? Huh? That's very possible that she did promise it us. I'll do you one better. If you've been following a lot of the dialogue that's during the fights, Rousalka talks about that let's put it this way. The reason why Ballas hates us, right? And the reason why he did the things he did against the Tenno may be completely justified in the end. Because nobody looks at the situation from Ballas's perspective. They always look at it from the other side of the coin. And what we're starting to learn is, because like Rousalka says, don't you remember what happened whenever you let the restraints come off? Imagine the things that we could do here together. And then at the top of Scholar's Landing, they talk about the parents and that it wasn't necessarily, see, within the kinemantic, we are given the perspective that the parents went feral, influenced by the void, and went mad and tried attacking the children. And the children, in response, were forced to murder them, to kill them, as self-defense. But there's this line. Hey, BJ Zoo, hello, how are you? There's this line that comes far before the Isleweaver update that I don't think any of us have allowed ourselves to fully grasp. And that is the line regarding the fires raging on the lower decks. The biomes had been sabotaged. But the children were, you know, happy with laughing and singing and playing. And that line has never jived with children being traumatized. Can I just have it? What are you trying to get up my bum there or something? I've never seen one. You actually have to pick up one. Okay. So it's just, that's never made much sense that these children who, like I said, were just had to go through the absolute horrible thing of watching their parents turn into these quote unquote monsters, attack them, and then them after the fact be all happy and chilling out and just, you know, having a good time on a derelict vessel that's filled with horrors. And because of that, she alludes to the fact that we maybe liked it. We maybe liked it a lot, the power. So much so that the children may have been a little overzealous. I can't remember exactly what they say in the rank 4 one specifically. But oh yeah, that's let me see, I'm trying to read here. What happens if they take your tools? How are you going to survive and get out? Yeah, I mean, again, I think what is being insinuated. Now, again, the man in the wall is a liar. So I think it's important to keep in mind. Yeah, we did. Yeah, that's right. We did kill that dude. And the assumption, or what she's trying to say is that necessarily it wasn't her. In other words, or wasn't the indifference that did anything. It was the natural order of things. Wow, I gotta fight Kalerva. Hold on, let me get a couple more decrees here. Yeah, do you hear the angels sing? So that's another thing, too. The angels are, you know, representative of whatever happened in the Zariman. Oh, what? Shotgun, what's up? I think what we have to kind of come to the realization is, and this is something that I've brought up a couple times. I've brought it up for years, in fact. People think there's a difference between the Void and the Man on the Wall, and I don't think that there is, at least in the concept of it. And Rousalka even makes mention of that exact thing in the fact that she has been here, or they have been here forever. There was never a time when she couldn't see what was going on here, or the Man on the Wall couldn't see what was actually happening in this place. So the idea that, I guess, in Trotty, he had some kind of obvious plan for this place, right? In that regard, I'm not sure that even he recognizes that he is not as all-powerful or as has things under control as much as he believes. And I think it's one of the human miscalculations that's going to end up becoming kind of like a downfall in the end. I love the line. I absolutely adore the line that Rousalka says in regards to love. Ah, that's probably one of my favorite things. What happened? Did I fail it? God, I need to get some better things going on here. That'll do. Why? Why does there have to be rules that that the man on the wall follows? What about the void follows any type of rules? What about our powers follow any type of rules? Think about how many times like people like Kaya and those people are like, wow, your stuff doesn't make any sense at all. And they're people that know. Yeah, I mean, I personally don't. I'm not sold on that. I actually think the void is in many ways a kind of counter to what the Orokin have found about the system and whatnot. But getting back to what I was saying before, I absolutely adore the idea, the example that Rousalka made in regards to love. Because I think a lot of people, they think that the indifference doesn't understand the concept of love. And to anybody that believes that, not only does she understand the concept of love, she kind of shoves it in the face of the orphan, in that she says, you know, you speak of love, about essentially saying, you talk about love between two people, you know, a man and a woman. But it's funny how the forefathers of your forefathers went into the void or went into science and ripped apart the first atom, essentially, or, you know, the bond between proton and neutron, probably the very definition of love, split it apart and had absolutely no interest in what that meant, only in the energy that it could produce. Well, I feel like she is a herald. She has to be, or else the indifference wouldn't be telling her to do something. Bear in mind, the indifference appears to be having some issues with some of its deals. I don't know if you've noticed. the operator ran from the deal, and Trotty is continuing to try to run from the deal. The Lotus appears to be, at least if nothing else, trying to resist an aspect of what she's been asked for. Well, I think there may have been rules, but I do think the events of the Whispers in the Walls, especially the end, where the thing that they claimed was the reason, the thing that the strands of Kra were supposedly tethering the man on the wall down to that reality. Okay, that was earlier in the quest. Then, after we beat the man on the wall, we really beat him, we just kind of touch his face. Maybe even I'll get into that later. Fibonacci goes on to say that the strands have been cut, but the indifference remains undeterred. So I think that any kind of restraint that it had, we removed it through the events of Whispers in the Walls. Hey, Danny, hello. How you doing? Good to see you. Oh no, Lord Malsith. I definitely know about that. Yeah, he does call the indifference, she does call it glory. You know who else uses the word glory during their fight? Oh wait, this might be one I can get real easy. Like, yes, Did anybody notice Captain Vor also says the exact same thing? Jade's ability is called Glory. What do you think about that? Oh yeah. Did you see the indifference mocking the events of the end of what do you call it? Whispers in the Wall? Where she's got a hand on the face of Thrax just like how we did? Yeah, then there's the 3 lights in there. What are those things? I noticed those too. Yeah, we didn't take the finger. It wasn't our poor operator. We got brought into this way after the fact. Malekith with the hard C. Sorry. So if you go into do we know what Yara means? I don't know. Now there's 3 lights. I know what they're referring to. Out in the distance in this, and again, I don't know if it's something that's like, maybe it's just a visual bug. I'll show you all something here after we're done, because I think I showed this to the members. It was pretty funny. I'll show it to you as well. It's pretty awesome, but we'll get into that exact thing. Those 3 lights that are being referred to. I don't know what those are. But I will introduce you all to what I have deemed the mini Zariman. Show me your face so that I might ease your suffering. Thank you. The 3rd form of the Signa is also missing a figment. But why are there 3 lights? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's a visual. It could be just a bug. It's tough to say, and I don't want to speculate too hard, because every single time I do, I get yelled at by so many people. And then they're like, no, it's just a visual bug. It's a bug. Lol. It's a bug. I don't know. So I'm kind of holding off judgment on whether or not that these 3 lights. We'll show them to you in a second. Yara means small white flower. Where did we get that at? Aston, where did you find that? You wouldn't call Isleweaver dark? Are you serious?
I hate quiet patrols.
The bug is the friend we made along the way. Okay. Nah, that ain't gonna work. All right, screw them. I'm gonna just look around here. It might look like I'm just flying off into the distance, but that's because I'm reading all this stuff. Okay, wait, hold on. well as hatred. It says Tactical Potato had an interview stream with Becca and Meg. See, and it's through that I actually saw a piece of that, and it was what Tactical Potato said about Tau that kind of still has me believing that we're not going there yet. See, I'm actually kind of hoping that we save Rousalka, and then she becomes a proto-frame.
They fear this berserking Kulovo. Calm him, and ensure that idiot Warden does not kill him. I would make use of this Kulovo at a future time of my choosing.
There's a little bit of a rift between Luden and Ballas. Jaina, well, how do you know that? Because Reese are actual words we know. I've never seen Ris and Karis. Where are they? Where have they been? Yeah, where are these words at? I need to know these things so I can go and search them up. Yeah, and if she becomes a frame, I'd like her to become like a new frame. I don't want her to be a different. I want her to be a Site 09 frame, not just another remake of another one. You know. Isn't that Smiles of Duran? That's like one of the little paradox points. That in the doll seemed to allow the two of them to coexist at once. I don't really know why. Eternal. Yeah, Jaina. No, it sounds cool. But where did you come up with that, or where did you see that? Because that sounds pretty interesting, but I want to know that it's absolutely confirmed, because otherwise I don't want to start basing things that I start to talk about on something that isn't confirmed. Really? Oh, okay. I see Karis. Okay, you're right about that one. And you're saying, what is the other one? Uba? Where's this other one though at? The first word. That was the one I'm really interested in. You said it's not Uris. What was it? Because it could also be, instead of Uris, it could be Othris. As in, Well, we don't know because the thing is, Rousalka gave herself willingly, according to the little poem or the little tale. So now, did she give herself up out of despair for what it all? Lord Malekith, this is from the song called "The Master Returns." If you want to, I'm getting this from warframe.bandcamp.com, and you can. Real quick. Antonio, yes, I got all 15, and I did get her effects as well. Yes. Let's see. I don't. Yeah, as soon as we get done with this run, Aston, I'm going to go into this. You'll see what I'm talking about here in a second. But essentially, within that whole thing, you can see that there are certain words that were. See, here's this one too. Check that out. That were essentially translated. I really wish they would have provided us with the lyrics on these new songs as well. J-Nut, well, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. I appreciate you giving me that information, too.
How our ungrateful creations spurn us once they have taken all they can. The prisoner seems to think you and he have unfinished business. Shall I let him out so that you can conclude it?
So you're going to find, let's see, what songs? Morum Vol. No God Above Knowledge. The Fragmented. The Master Returns. And Yara Jelira. I did get a Raxius Prex card. That was actually the first thing I got. Oh, the new music? No, as far as I can tell, they have not offered us the lyrics for the Isleweaver music. If you go to Bandcamp with the new stuff, it doesn't give you the same. Dude, why? There ain't a lot of damage being done here. Quite slow, though. Wow. This is going to be a battle and a half. I feel like I'm playing freaking Expedition 33 here. This is why I needed to do this, though. This is the whole point. Because this character is so incredibly underpowered that I got to start doing some grinding if I'm going to get her to a point where she's actually useful. Son of a bitch. I don't even see that health bar going down at all, man. I love Kalerva's inspiration. I love that Kalerva's regular mask looks like Thrax's for some strange reason. I can't get close to this dude. Oh, and I'm killing myself. She don't got the minerals for that. Who's speaking? Holy crap, this is quite the battle. Weren't we on the same side at one point there, Kalervo? Couldn't you just give me a rain check on this, somebody? Part one.
Betrayer, fool. Each time it is I who
Well, I guess I could for a little bit, huh? No, this character doesn't have any like any intrinsics done yet. I just finished up. What do you call it? With this character, I just finished the apostasy, and she's basically getting ready to. Will you get out of here? I mean, imagine he can use any of his weapons against me in this fight. He'd kick the shit out of me. This is essentially the Drifter at the very beginning of the new war. I don't even know. Let me ask you guys something, because I can't remember. Is Duviri come first in the quest things now, or is it... Because I know they changed that. This character was made a long time ago. And they changed up the like, because she could do Duviri almost instantly. Like, it was one of the first quests that she could actually get into. think this fight's hard enough without all your bullshit running around here. Just kicked me in the face. You could tell he's toying with me. If he actually gave a shit, he'd just use any one of his whole kit of Warframe powers and just absolutely annihilate me.
This now-tired spectacle
Oh my god, this is a fight. I feel like I'm playing a Soulsborne here or something. When you've been playing as long as you have, you know, you almost kind of forget what this is like. Yeah, I know that you can't do it right away like it used to be able to. Oh my goodness, I wasn't expecting that. Holy cow. Okay, I thought I might have hit him out of that, but nope, no, I didn't. No. There's that vicious kick to the face. I wouldn't say I got the best decrees, the one that I really wanted, which would have made this fight a lot better. But we're gonna get him. I mean, in fairness, I think he's letting us win. See right there, he just sat there and kneeled down for us, get us a couple shots in. Nope. Nope. Think not, my fine friend. You've been whispering in my ear too often. I know all your tricks. Ah, you son of a bitch. Nimble little minx. There we go. Oh, my melee does a ton more damage. The problem is if I get touched by him, I'm dead. Dude, you're still alive? Come on.
Kulevo kneeling? What did this drifter do to deserve
Damn.
your respect?
Okay.
Do you think you've won? Well, answer me! Answer me!
Calm down there, Ballas.
Loden knew he was angry with his own powerlessness.
Oh,
And
no.
screaming could remedy that.
You're gonna make me... You're not gonna make me do it.
Treated his bloody case better than he treated me, his own executioner. I want you to outrace his champion. That'll wipe the smirk off Thrax's mewling face.
Oh, I think the reason why the Man on the Wall used... Normally that would be awesome, but not in this particular situation. I think it's done to basically show the drifter. A lot of this has to do with just basically trying to get an idea across to the drifter that the places they believed they were safe, they're not. So a lot of that's going to be an illusion of sorts when it comes to, like I said, just believing in the safety of their former existence. So now what they have to like really question is there any safe place? And have the operators in turn now become a kind of similar situation to what Entradi's doing, where they're going to be constantly, on the run from it? I absolutely hate the case rise. That wasn't too terrible. 1999 might be in bad shape. Yeah, that's possible. But I'll tell you something.
There was nothing righteous or noble about his anger. It was just the raving of a petty, paltry man.
We may have found out how 1999 works, though, interestingly enough, because within the context of Isleweaver, we also get this little piece of dialogue referring to how another Duviri is being attached using the strands of Craw to this Duviri as a false method, right? And I kind of wondered, given how the two things like really act very similar together, if 1999 isn't a false variation of the 1999 from the Origin system that too is being tethered by, essentially something that Entradi maybe did, or I think that the Dead Lloyd has two distinct possibilities to it, neither of them being very good. but one kind of insinuating that Lloyd is going to perish, right? Because that's what. Bear in mind, one of the things to consider is that this false Duviri, quote unquote, could be the future because of the way that time works in Warframe and how things can basically, like, different areas are situated in different times, if you will. I mean, Thrax explains, if you go up to him in the Dormizome, he talks about this being the triumph of dust being a false Duviri. And I think, is it Mathila who explains that the same thing, that basically that this false Duviri is being held on to the real one. Aston, that's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. If nothing else, if you believe you understand the man on the wall, that's what the man on the wall wants. And that's also probably the first sign indicator that you don't know what you think you know. Confusion and misdirection is the absolute game of the indifference. And, you know, the other thing I think that's overlooked is the verbiage.
Nothing but a haphazard mass of chaos under the Imp's rule.
Get a portal open. I have had enough. We are fixing this mess.
See, this is one of those places that always screws with me. Listen to that. It's almost like a part of the Zariman is still receiving a signal. If you think you know string theory, you don't know string theory. That's it, Satch. That's exactly it right there. Dominus is, he's deathly afraid of the indifference. If you weren't privy to the lost, the lost fragments of Duviri and all the little like mini stories that have been going on, there's a line in Isleweaver where Nisi says, "Oh, the monster from the stories that Thrax, or that Albrecht told Thrax, finally came alive to get him." And essentially what had happened was the indifference has been trying to get its hands into Duviri like for a long time. And it's actually been quite successful on quite a few instances. With Thrax essentially, instead of trying to combat the indifference, instead he tries to just destroy anything he possibly can that's even closely associated with it, in order to kind of just remove it from Duviri. But as we've kind of realized, and what Scholar's Landing coming back, because it was here once already, should tell us, is that you can't do that. There is no banishing things from Duviri. And I think Thrax has figured out, and is why he is so fearful now, that the control that he believed he had over Duviri and everything else could literally be taken away from him on a whim. And it was shown, essentially, during Isleweaver. Well, see, that's my theory, is that it just seems to me like one of the things that Albrecht may have told Thrax.
Void are assaulting the undercroft, tearing rents in its fabric. seal them up again. Or worse foes than Thrax may emerge. The spheres you see are ambient void energy. Gather as much as you can, and use it to heal the damage.
I mean, there's not like a quest in the traditional sense. No, it's more like a Soulsborne quest. That's the way I can best describe it. There is a story. In fact, there's a couple stories. There's 3 different definitive stories being told within Isleweaver. Okay? It's just they are like kind of separated out throughout just the dialogue that you receive while playing the mission. And they're not in any type of order. So in order to actually get the full story, you have to play over and over again. And then, I mean, it's up to you, really, at that point, how you want to handle it. But what I did was I recorded multiple runs of Isleweaver. And then, thank you.
If the Void Angels break through the wall, their master will be freed.
Yeah, well,
Do not allow that to happen.
it might be a little bit late for that there, Teshin.
Close the ruptures as you would staunch the wounds of a comrade.
Well, Thrax is just an action figure. He's not real. He's a creation of the Void.
A breach has been sealed. Excellent work.
He's a creation of the Void from the mind of the Drifter. And that's the thing. Everything in Duviri is a creation of the Void. The Drifter may have provided the blueprint and the emotional supercharge to enact the thing to occur, right? But it was the Void that created Duviri. It was the Void that created all the people in Duviri. They are all constructs of Void, essentially conceptual embodiments. And if you then take into consideration, you know, that aspect, and if you buy into the concept after the fact that there is nothing within the Void that the man in the wall doesn't have some level of influence to, be it an overwhelming amount or just a little bit, then you start to realize that a lot of the stuff that, like a perfect example, within that context, you could see Thrax's power over Duviri being null and void when in the presence of the man on the wall. Even though he can do anything normally, you know, when the man in the wall becomes involved, there's not only just downright limitations to what Thrax can do, but it almost seems like he's almost powerless.
You are all that is keeping them at bay. Hold fast.
The Drifter, the Painter, the Void, the Paint. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, well, I wonder if we are the master. Boy, that would be a real surprise to the... No, I don't think we are. That's me personally, but... Or the indifference thing. That's maybe even more apt. But that's what you have to also consider when it comes to a lot of this stuff that... Thanks a lot for those little balls right at me there. I liked it.
Are weakest here. You have done well to reinforce them.
I could have been a good king, but I'll never get the chance because they hate me. Everyone hates me. Well, guess what? I hate myself more.
Yeah. Well, Eleanor knows a lot more than I think she lets on, obviously. I wonder, that probably won't work on this one, unfortunately. It sucks. Yeah, sure, whatever. Oh, the man on the wall could absolutely give us power, and the man on the wall offers it to us. Did you guys not catch there's a couple different lines. One, I could be your brother, or your father, your lover. I could be your friend. I can be whatever you want. All you have to do is ask. And I actually made mention of this on Twitter, right? Look, I'm going to tell you something. I think there's actually some other inspiration that you all could check out if you want to get, let's say, an idea into the mindset of Rousalka Wally, right? Rousalka as the devil. Who in the chat has seen the movie Bedazzled with Elizabeth Hurley and Brendan Fraser? The devil's train indeed. That's exactly what Ice So Good. That's what I'm saying. They not only that, but she implores us. She said, "Don't you remember what we were able to do when you took off the restraints? Think about what we could do with with this place." I'm just going to tell you, like, you can almost, because Rousalka and Elizabeth Hurley have a very similar sounding voice, because I could, like, there were certain things during the quest, or the Isleweaver mission there, that, like, she said that I was like, dude, I have heard that before, man. And I thought about it, I'm like, holy shit, that's the devil from Bedazzled. She does all the same things. She says all the things in the same way. She even has the same sounding, like, you know how, like, when she gets angry. And not to mention, if you watch that movie, you know that, like, the entire time Elizabeth Hurley is acting like the devil's acting like the friend of Brendan Fraser, who she's giving the power to, right? But is always kind of screwing things up a little bit, and then at the same time always kind of giving him misdirection, like making, like, when she messes up one of his wishes, he gets mad at her, and then she comes off as like, oh, she's like, I'm so sorry, like, it's not fair. Like, I try to look good for you, and I try to do the right thing, and everybody just always wants me to be God, and I can't do that, and, you know. And then, like, as soon as Brendan Fraser, like, says, oh, well, you know, I'm sorry, and she just kind of, she was crying a second ago, but then she's just back to being completely normal. And it's that same kind of, like everything that you hear from Rousalka or the man on the wall, it's almost like you have to take it all with a grain of sand, or grain of salt, I guess, and ask yourself, like, what are they truly trying to do here? Like, what's the real point? Why do they want me to do this, is the question. The limerence. Yeah, you had to put her down. She was crazy. To Mathila next. And not to mention something. That's something else, because this is important. What we are learning, too, especially with the whole thing with the glory, is that I think it's pretty definitive now that the man on the wall eats emotion. And that could be a problem, because the Tenno, one of their greatest, like, strengths is their ability to harness emotion in order to, like, as a weapon. And it makes you wonder if, you know, and kind of like in that whole thing where there was, they talked a little bit about Lloyd and love and the power of love and this, that, and the other thing that, like, wow, dude, come on. That if it doesn't know exactly what's going on here and what it's doing, and if we aren't just kind of falling into a certain thing, like, there's more to our relationship. Yeah, with a grain of temporal dust. Yeah, that's actually it. Yeah, I saw that. You can see Thrax's face. Like, doesn't he have like orange or red eyes or something? Like orangish eyes, I think it was. That's pretty cool. All right, let me get to the end of this, and then we can go. I can go show you something very cool.
Must be subdued. For that.
The fire within Lodin was his anger. Unable to control it, thus was he consumed. Behold, the great dragon of Lodin.
Lodin is filled with fury. He will scorch.
Be gone, vermin!
He sounds like
Master the brute while you can.
Vigo, the Carpathian. Be gone, you pitiful halfman.
Now, use the beast. Destroy Thrax's bonds.
Ooh, there's a catalyst in the Duviri shop. That's something that this character is gonna need. I don't know what that symbol's supposed to represent on his stomach. Yeah, that was weird. Also, someone else made a observation that Thrax has all kinds of scars all over his body.
Through the portal. Only in its lair will it be vulnerable.
Yeah, so that was I found that's something that I got into like for half a second there, but then I lost my train of thought. It seems as though Nisi has been kind of okay. So the best way I can describe it is, have you ever seen one of those, like a demon possession movie, where the possessed is at the moment is willingly allowing them in? Where is they're kind of like one and the same, whereas it has the memories and the experiences of Rousalka, but also the at the same time is like an amalgamation of her and the indifference together, meaning that they can kind of interchange the language between Rousalka's experiences and the Man of the Wall's experiences, like. Okay. I was gonna say, what is going on? You're not gonna give me any damage on that one too? I protest.
The Tenno seek to assist you. The weapon they have sent is inelegant, but devastating.
Screw it. Drax's backside looks like a key. We'll have to take a look at him in a second here. I agree. It was quick and clean. What are you doing up there, buddy? That'll work.
You've had your fun.
I have.
I have mine.
I disagree. I haven't had all the fun yet.
Fresh meat is nearby.
Find a way.
See, listen to this piece of garbage Thrax here, sitting there taunting us, and then as soon as the place goes to hell, he comes. Listen, listen, listen. Dream. That's all. The worm's like, what the fuck? All right, you all put up with me doing a little bit of grinding for my third character.
Calm of the true warrior has prevailed.
You didn't get the Hatton thing yet?
My head. Why can't I remember?
Okay, give me 1 second here. Whatever. All right. Now, those of you that have been waiting for this, I'm excited to show you. Where is the mini Zariman? All right, give me 1 second. Okay. And sorry, that's what it's all about. Speculating like a madman. That's what we do on this channel. Okay. So you're in the right place for that. So check this out. So what I did was I was originally I was screwing around in the Captura, and then this occurred. Ooh. And there it is. It's the mini Zariman. Look how little. It's little. It's little. It's not big Zariman. It's tiny. It's a little bit. But I thought it was amazing because it's really detailed, and like this is a view that you don't normally get. I was fortunate enough to, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but it pushed me out of bounds, and so I took the opportunity.
Operator, do you know which finger the corpus used to count their money?
Well, let me turn on the one that was cut off. So you'll see. This was kind of what I was. So the portal is essentially what that is it's the Albrecht membrane. This is what the supposed Zariman's supposed to be plugging up. And actually, you'll see in a second. Okay, see that thing to the left? Wait, hold on. This is one of the lights that was being referred to earlier. And you'll see whenever we move out a little bit, that there are, in fact, a couple of them. But I just wanted to highlight that right now. And then we'll go from there. It sure did. It shot me right out. Look how detailed the little Zariman is. That's pretty cool, actually, if you ask me. Like I was super excited whenever this happened. Like you have no clue. But you can see too, it's kind of only like fully modeled on one side. It's like a spline on the other side. But see now, can you see? Wait. Okay. See this right here? See that? This is the Albrecht membrane. This is the thing that's being plugged by the Zariman, not this. You can think of it as one side is the origin system, one side is Duviri, but the void is like a razor thin line here, separating the two. This is the thing that sliced the finger. See, what we're seeing right here, this big thing, is actually a large representation of the untimed door. It functions in the exact same way that Entradi's untimed door functions. And what you can think of is, think of it this way, in the initial jump into the void that Entradi did, he was sitting in his Seriglass Bell, just envision that here, and as he began his path through, what the idea was, the Seriglass Bell was supposed to protect him from this, allowing him to pass between this world and the next, right? Unfortunately, because Entradi is, sorry. Yeah, it's not really showing the cursor that well, is it? Can you see that? This area here that I just covered up, that is the untimed, that is essentially the Albrecht membrane. So when Entradi was moving through it, now I mentioned this to you all earlier, that Entradi is, he's a very odd scientist, okay? Because he screws up a lot for being like, especially with what he's dealing with. And because he was in such awe of what was happening, he actually kind of stumbled forward. And because the Seriglass Bell wasn't a very large thing, the force of him pushing forward actually tipped it. And because of that motion, the bell ended up getting sliced by this particular membrane. And that is where he poured into the void instead of it just being something that he passed through, right? It doesn't, you're right, right? For such a little thing, I thought the same thing. Like, I'm like, wow, this thing is wildly detailed for how small it is in the grand scheme of things. You know, because it's way off in the distance too in the normal skybox. So you really don't see that frequently, like to whereas you'd be able to, you know, really discern the detail. But man, they really did a good job here, like, right? Maybe Duviri went wrong because something hit it. Oh, yeah, it's possible. You know what else is really detailed? This little island that it's on. And if you look real close, there's even these, I don't know if they're like structures. You can't see this, unfortunately, even there. But there's these like little points, almost like obelisks on the island. And I'm not sure if that's meant to be. Did you see where I'm? Here's one right. It's like right where that line was. They're very different than other structures anywhere else that I've seen. And the closest thing that I've seen to one of those things would be that healing crystal that's in Duviri. You know what I'm saying? Notice there's also 3 obelisks that we can see. There's one here. There's one here. And there's one way over here. Now, I don't know if that's supposed to have some kind of significance or not, but to me, it's very strange that those 3, they are unlike any other structure that I've seen, really anywhere. So, real quick though, okay, so you got a kind of a glimpse of this, right? So, first thing, right above, right here, right at the corner, do you see that light? I don't know. I can't remember what those things are called, those little healing towers. What are they called, Chad? I can't remember. Okay, so you saw that. So now keep in mind, remember what we were saying that there were 3 of them? So there's the first one. Here's one. And here's one. Oh, that's the eye. But you see where I'm saying that there are 3 of them? I don't know if there's a significance there or what the story is. I really don't. That looks like a big eye, doesn't it? It's called blink pad in code. Okay, okay. Let me. See. Oh, this is when I start going like really high up. They almost look like eyes, don't they? I wanted to share this with all you because I really thought that you'd find this interesting. I was just, you don't even know when when I blinked out of bounds. I'm like, okay, this is the greatest thing ever. Like, because you never get to see Duviri, especially like this. Look at how it almost looked like the clouds make up kind of like a city, if you will. Oh, there's another one out there. So there's 4. I mean, they really look like eyes, though, don't they? That's pretty crazy, though, isn't it? This is Captura, yes, okay, but it's somehow I popped out. I I don't know what happened here. I mean, look how detailed this area is. Like, doesn't this seem like it's like highly over detailed for what it is? the island itself, is that just me, or is this common for something like that small in the background to be? Is this the one right here? This is Scholar's Landing. Can you guys not hear me? You can't hear me? Sorry, I'm just moving things around and trying to find stuff to put up for you. That's my bad. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? Did I? Okay, cool. Just making sure. So what do you think of that, though, huh? Okay, yeah, I was trying to grab that picture. Sorry, I was trying to find it. How about that? How about that? How about that? Echoing slightly. I have no idea what you're talking about. I may have to try the glitching out in as many areas as I can just to see what's all around them. Titania is the way, by the way. She is fantastic for this sort of thing. Isn't it kind of like it's a big old spider web? Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book. Oh, it's like the reading rainbow is like right behind us, right there, right? Yeah. So she says, but those before you did not ask. Wait, what was it again? Yeah, you know what? Oh, then there's this one here. Did she say a tea break? All right, here, keep going with this for a second. Okay. The line is, these gifts you have, a piece of me, given freely, but those before you were butchers, flayed flesh for stolen stars. But those before you, they did not ask. They butchered me. My flesh fed their greed. And that's exactly what oh, you know what else you guys might find that's interesting here? Let me get out of this real quick. I found something else you might find somewhat interesting. The floppy, yeah, they did. What the indifference means is the stolen stars are the Orokin using the void's power to reach the stars, because that's the whole thing with Entrati. That's his whole position. Is that the Orokin were doing technology-wise, they were doing pretty damn good, right? But what they didn't have was the ability for deep space travel. Essentially, the furthest they had gone were the first four, well, technically three. It was like Venus, Earth, and Mars to begin with, and that was pretty much the extent. And that's kind of what's talked about in the Requiem mods, where essentially Albrecht talks about the idea that through all their technology and through continuity that they, or I shouldn't say that, but all their technology, that the one thing that they didn't have was the ability to outrun the heat death of the universe. Essentially, that their existence ended with the sun, and that's where he came in, allowing them for extrasolar travel. That's what the void was supposed to bring with it, and essentially allowed, if nothing else, the Orokin to go and hit the rest of the solar system and all its like little mini moons and everything, and it's allowed them to come very close to becoming a, I think, what is it, a type 2 civilization? I mean, they were very much onto it, and again, with every single every single thing in their the solar system being occupied and controlled essentially by the Orokin, and with them not having any real, like, there was no one to go against them. Had the sentience just did what they were supposed to do, you would essentially have a solar system that is completely, or I should say an entire universe, that was controlled fully by the Orphan in every sense of the word. So when she says stolen stars, it's figurative. It means travel, the ability for extrasolar travel. Well, Aston, that's true. Yeah, that is true. But I told you, in Trotty, it kind of sucks. In certain areas, it kind of sucks. But if nothing else, it is still a new sun, a newer sun, if you will. That's the thing. The Orokin are ready to just ditch this system. They're good. They're done with it. They did what they had to do. It looks like there's almost like a void planet on the side of it. Well, Angel Bob, the reason why is because they had already stripped everything in the area. All the planets had been either completely stripped of any of their natural resources or had been lost to the infestation. So at that point, they were like, we need to get out of here. That was the whole purpose behind the Zariman. The Zariman existing in any capacity is based upon the idea that the Orokin had already used what they could from the origin system and needed a new home. And so what you essentially had is them plotting to go to the next place and do the same thing that they did there that they did in the origin system. And then, because you got to remember, the Orokin now, with the process of continuity and with all these additional technologies, the 7 can last forever. And any other Orokin that they deem necessary to stay. Do you get what I'm saying? Through continuity, not only can they live forever, but they can continue to have new different bodies, and there's nothing to stop the Orokin. They were literally unchecked. If the sentients hadn't decided, and it's interesting that somehow they were able to gain a level of their own sentience and understand this as they were trying to help out. I do think that we're going to find when we do get to Tau that there's more to that story than we know, especially with the little teaser that I showed earlier with a loyal group of Orokin who are still building the solar rails out there. Yeah, the Zariman was essentially attempting to get to Tau in order to colonize that area for the Orokin. The Zariman was a colony ship. And when they got out to a particular area, that is when the Orokin decided to enact the void jump. Kuva is related to the void. So what it looks a lot like is Kuva is a void-derived fluid. We know this for a fact. So with that in mind, it almost assuredly means that continuity did not happen until after the void was discovered by Entropy. There's a lot of argument with that. There's also a lot of argument with the idea that Entropy took or did continuity himself. We know from the new kinematic, Entropy did not take the Kuva. Entropy did not at any point engage in continuity. It's specifically pointed out in this newest kinematic messages that we got. So that has actually been finally laid to rest. Entropy doesn't look like the regular Orokin because he did not engage in continuity. And furthermore, a lot of people ask, well, how are people able to, live for so long and whatever? Well, it's shown that it wasn't a scenario with Entropy after he came out of the Saraglass Bell all messed up, that he was able to just get a new body through continuity. Rather, the Orokin themselves, they have or had extensively advanced medical technology. I mean, like extensively advanced medical technology. So continuity came with the introduction of the void. This was something that came after the fact. No, Angel Bob, according to what we have in the kinematic message system, and I'd have to go through it all to find it, but it is confirmed Entrati did not take the Kuva. He did not do continuity, not at all. And he does have that drip, though. He knows what's up. But this is essentially what we're dealing with when it comes to where we're at with Entrati himself, and as well as the void, where the indifference kind of is getting a lot of its, not necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily say it's inspiration, because that's not necessarily true. Well, it looks like, well, there's, okay, as far as the skin thing, he still kind of has that blue skin. The only difference is that it's like a pale blue. The only difference is he changed his gear and his hair. Now, the one thing I would say, though, to me at least, and I could be off on this because this is just an interpretation, but I think in the photo he looks older. But remember what I had mentioned in the very beginning of the stream in regards to the three people, if you will. It's very possible that the thing that we see, the Entrati that we see, is the clone that doesn't know he's a clone. And then the real Albrecht is still trapped in the wall, kind of like how the Drifter was trapped in Duviri while the operator was going around. Is that guaranteed? Absolutely not. But there is definitely dialogue within Nidus chassis or Octavia Prime parts. I gotta see if I have those. But at the end of the day, I think, I don't know, to me, the most shocking part of Isleweaver, if you ask me, is the information that we found regarding the Tenno. And that's simply that we were apparently on the side of the man on the wall at some point. It speaks quite candidly about that we were a willing participant, apparently in even killing our own parents. And as I mentioned earlier, I think it may muddy the water on a lot of what we believe about Ballas. Because again, you have to look at the scenario from the perspective of him for a second. And there's a couple things that I want to put out there to give you some, like I said, some context beforehand. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the Lotus seems to be, would you not all agree that the Lotus seems to be a damn fine person? If I missed anybody in chat, I do apologize. Hello, hello. How are you? Thank you for joining me. We are essentially discussing implications of Isleweaver, if you've just joined. And the one thing in particular that I'm kind of speaking upon is maybe a different look into things. Well, Floppy, I don't think that that's Albert, because Albert, it's amazing that Albert was able to just get rid of all of his injuries in like half a second, when earlier he didn't decide to do that. Also, there's that part at the very in the hex when like Entrati, us, and the indifference all leave at the same time. And I guess my thought is, if Entrati is able to like leave or get out of the grasp of the indifference so simply, why didn't he do it earlier whenever he was strapped onto a chair and getting his shit kicked out of him? Yeah, sure. You know what? That might actually be, that might be it too. That maybe that was like a glorified photo of Entrati as well. But the point I was trying to make with the Lotus is, I think we all believe that that I shouldn't say Lotus, Margulis seemed like a very decent human being. She cared about kids. She cared about the fact that she was doing things that she believed were wrong. She seemed like a decent human being on the surface. And my question would be, if she is like that, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me that she would be with Ballas if Ballas was back then as he was when we dealt with him. I just can't see that relationship working between the two of them. And it makes me think that Ballas was perhaps maybe more of a scientist. Because understand, a lot of the things that we see, especially the negative things that Ballas does, all happen after Margulis' death. So, with that in mind, and now taking into the account the additional amount of information that we received in Isleweaver, where the line's been blurred a little bit about if these children were frightened and scared and were attacked by their parents and did everything out of self-defense, or were they not scared and attacked out of just the ability to do it? And I think we've all, many people in our streams have postulated this, and I don't agree with it, but I think there's a definite legitimacy to the possibility that, given the man on the wall likes to show us things and give us memories that aren't necessarily the truth, I question if the feral aspect of the parents was even real, or more so a product of the facade that needed to be put out. And again, it kind of comes back to what I was saying earlier, in that there's a line within the War Within quest that really has never jived with anything else that we understand. And that's that if all this bad stuff was happening on the Zariman, with the ship getting destroyed and the parents getting murdered and everything that we saw during the whole fasts, what they described in the aftermath, not to mention the little story we got with the ARG for the Zariman, where it kind of showed how Kira came into play and that horrific thing. it's hard for me to come to terms with all of these things occurring and the children all laughing and singing and at play. And with the man in the wall, Nisi man in the wall, saying that, don't you remember what it was like whenever you allowed the restraints to come off? Like, think about what we could do in this place. It's making me believe that, okay, maybe we need to reevaluate a few things. Like, think about a ship. Essentially, let's really think about it. This Zariman coming back would be like a ghost ship showing up again to the Orokin. Like, from their perspective, the thing was lost out in the void. And then it just reappears with no trace of any type of human beings left on it anymore. Just the kids. And when the kids are brought out, and we know this from the Chains of Hero quest, I'm guessing one of the first people that was there to deal with them, aside from, was it Colleen, who had her face ripped apart, is that you have Margulis, who was blinded. So now you have these children, and understand that there's all kinds of other questions to be asking here. Like, wait a second, where are all the kids? Or, I mean, where are all the adults on the ship? Because that would be something that the Orokin would be asking in their, reports and whatnot, and trying to figure out exactly what is going on with this ship and how it came back and what the children are doing, and how it would just be like a complete, just a clusterfuck for everybody involved. And now you have
continues to fall into chaos. Check navigation
someone
for
like
active
Ballas,
invasions.
who comes to find out that these void children, who they have no idea what's going on, have already messed up a couple people, and that's only the people that they've described. We don't know what happened to other Orokin. They could have been completely decimated by the kids. Maybe they're just not in any of the reports that we've seen. But the two that we have been shown have suffered detrimental effects from even coming into contact with the kids. So now, think about if you're Ballas. And put it in the perspective of that's your significant other, who obviously, given his actions and everything else, he loved unequivocally. So now these kids come back, they mess up his woman, his love, take her sight. They've literally cleaned out an entire ship, at least by the understanding of the Orokin. They have cleaned out an entire ship of human beings, probably tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands, given that this thing was supposed to essentially colonize a new area altogether in an entirely different place in space. So now you have a ship completely gone of any type of remains of any people, and the things that have come out of the ship have destroyed or have completely screwed up multiple people that they've come into contact with, including the person that you love most. How are you going to view the Tenno? Well, Matthew Ryder, that one there, I saved them, all of them, but I never said I'd save you. That's the difference in if you all heard the thing that Nisi says in regards to the twin entities raised in completely different environments. In one instance, the man on the wall did save us, but in the other one, he decided not to. The question is, why? And again, it goes back to the idea that like everybody hates Ballas for what he did after the fact, but nobody looks into the reasons of why this all occurred. You know, now think of it, go a step further, in that, so you go to your wife or your significant other, or your, however you want to look at it, personify it in your own way, and you say, well, my God, look what these kids did to you. Like, oh my, we have to destroy them. They are way too powerful to be able to do this. And look what they did to the ship, right? And then, what does she say? Oh, no, Ballas, no, we have to save them. They might be here to save us, to help us. Now, again, not having the story of the operator and the Tenno, what I would ask all of you is would any of you agree with Margulis? Like, if you were in that position, in the other side, would any of you be like, oh, yeah, you know what? Colleen's face is basically melted over there. You lost your sight. They just completely, something got rid of 100,000 Orokin on that ship. But no, you know what? You're right. They're not that bad. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they probably are here to save us. Ballas is probably like, what are you smoking? And if you do, and whatever it is, can I have some? Because it seems awesome. Well, I think that's what Matthew, I think that's what we're kind of figuring out, what we did promise it in return. And because we are on the fence with Entrati, I think it's not really happy with us. Well, Zerg, remember, we don't know. We don't know because we don't remember what was said. But according to the indifference now, Nisi is saying that she did, in fact, tell those exact things to us. That the indifference said these things to us. And apparently, the kids weren't necessarily against it. And they are kids. They can be brainwashed. Yeah, they don't know. Especially in that situation, they don't know what the hell's going on, you know? So, I go back to it, and like, if you are ever questioned why Ballas hates the Tennos so much, well, they took his whole world from him, didn't they? Well, I mean, I do think there is something that we have done that the man in the wall is not happy with. The little bits of information we get, probably the biggest one, is the poem at the end of Whispers in the Walls. You know, that he speaks of. But from the deal with the wee child ran. But still, we end as we began. So, we've done something to piss it off, clearly. Well, Zerg, I think in the grand scheme of things, when you start looking into the deeper timeline with Albert visiting Duviri and all the information that we have within the Sanctum and the Codex within there, talking about like all the preparations and stuff, and the need for an operator and everything else like that, it's true that Albert couldn't fight the indifference on his own. And what we have to figure out is why that is. What makes the Tenno, the operator, and the drifter so important in the grand scheme of things? So, Coat, that's a really good question because we don't really know what happened to the original Zariman ship. We do know it was recovered by the Orokin. We don't know where it was recovered by the Orokin or how, like the nature by which it was recovered. Did it just show back up at the dry dock there on Lua, or was it found floating, somewhere across the Brankle Gap or some shit like that? And they Orokin picked it up on some kind of transmission and went to it. Were they given? How about this one? Were they given a clue? Were they offered? Were they offered a bit of information from, say, an anonymous source about where it would be located? Let's see. Study psychology, actually great therapy for the situation. She might have known what she's talking about. What do you mean by that? Oh, there's heavy Event Horizon vibes going on. Heavy Event Horizon. Zerg, I like that concept. I really do, right? The question that I have is, why was that plan put into place in the first place, and who put it into place, and how were they able to do it? See, because there's a piece of data that we're all missing, okay? It's a big piece. And that is essentially who brought the drifter into the origin system at the time of the new war. I think Tau is is referring to Tau Ceti, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Which is a system. And it looks like there's apparently 4 Earth-sized planets there as well. So, yeah, it looks like... well, see, there's the question, because this is what I've never understood about the end of the Hex quest. Like, I don't get why, if Entrati is attempting to save this place, because that's what this is all about, right? That's the whole reason for his plan and all this other stuff, is to save the origin system, right? To save it. Well, if that's the case, then why does he want to go to Tau? Why does he want to go to Tau with so much in turmoil in the origin system? Now, I can see the man on the wall wanting to go to Tau for the obvious reasons. I mean, there's more targets. That's my only, like, I don't quite understand why. And this was one of the, well, but Dalbrun, if there's no one to praise you, then you can't be historical. in order for his plan to work, he has to save some people in order to remember him by. So that's my whole thing. I don't understand. I cannot see Albrecht, who has made this his lifelong thing in just getting rid of the indifference to save the universe, being willing to essentially sacrifice everything within it, unless you want to start believing in the fact that he really doesn't give a shit, and that further, that the information that we find on the body of Lloyd at the top is true, that Albrecht really never cared much for Lloyd and was glad to be rid of him once he left. The Grimoire, I believe you're onto something there. Now, we may both be proven wrong here in like a month whenever TennoCon comes and we figure out what's actually going to happen. But I agree with that statement. I think it was kind of meant to be. It was a misdirection. Which that was another thing too, Matthew, that I thought was interesting. I wouldn't have assumed that they would have shown the Lizette leaving the Origin system, rather the Railjack, or even the Zariman, because I don't think the Lizette has the capability of that. But again, I could be wrong. Hey, look, I know so many of you are just dying to get to Tau. I think the reason why I'm against it is because I think it opens a huge hole in the story. Because there's just so much going on still within the Origin system that needs to be dealt with. But I could have also made the same exact argument with 1999. And yet, DE was able to take a timeline story from a completely different era altogether that by all rights should have had nothing to do with what was going on, and actually tied it into the story pretty nicely. So, whereas it's true, I just don't know about Tau. But if we do go to Tau, I'm very confident in how DE will bake it into the story in a way that still goes along with what we're doing here and is like a natural through line that makes the story feel smooth. Well, and again, there is that thing. I showed it earlier in the stream that there is a Duviri tablet that specifically says that there is a loyal group, or a group loyal to the Orokin, who are still building the solar rails. Is that information still accurate? I would assume so, or I can't see why it would be in there. You know, I can't see why it would be a tablet. So, and not to mention, what I would say is, I actually thought when we got this newest update for Isleweaver, they also did at the same time an update on the solar rails. And as soon as we saw the email for the solar rails, immediately I was like, oh, okay, we actually are going to Tau now. Because they're redoing the solar rails. That's how we're going to get there. You know, it's something that's been talked about for years and whatnot. But then the solar rails were just kind of reworked a little bit. So I don't know if the rework was made. They decided to do a rework because it was going to be something that was going to be needed for the next part of our story, essentially getting out to Tau, and maybe especially if there's multiple planets in Tau, you know, we may have a similar situation where at each one of the nodes, we may have to go and fight, you know, like one of Pazul's things in order to take over the solar rail or something like that. Definitely possible. Does Albert wonder know all if all the Orokin were destroyed? I don't know. That's a really good question, Dalbrin. I'm not sure. I'm not sure because he technically would not have been back in a long time. I don't think okay, so Neon War here's my thoughts on that. I am not sure. The finger seems to allow the railjack to move all throughout the origin system without any kind of issue. But I don't know if there is any type of restrictions to it, to the distance. So that's something that, again, if we, because that's how I think. I don't think we're going to leave through the Lizette or the Orbiter. I think we're actually going to leave through the Railjack. Or probably more apt would be if somehow we're able to take the Zariman, because that's what his original purpose was anyhow, you know? At least there are no 12 FPS animations. Yes, I have to agree with you there. Thank God for that. No 12 FPS animations anymore, yeah? Well, I remember, so I know what you're talking about. I don't know, just based, well, you can't see inside the Lizette, but you get a pretty good idea because you're in it. This is the face of it right here. Right? And then it doesn't this part split off? And then the little thing, it's like at the bottom, and that's how you get up through. I got all the Lorg fragments. Yes, I did. Along came a spider. Oh, did y'all notice that the Along Came a Spider tale is kind of like a parallel to the tale that Thrax tells us about the king and his sons? Well, aren't we on the orbiter right now? Oh man, Warframe's changed so much. It's ridiculous. The Zariman and Pergasa. Steve's, I don't know. I'm not, again, that would require its own, like an amalgamation almost. It's not impossible. It'd be quite the thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And this part is the orbiter, because you go up into it whenever you're on the ground. I can't do it on this character because I haven't done the new war yet. But if you get, yeah, like when you go to here, you actually get teleported up into the sky, and that's where this part is. This is the Lizette. Now it only looks like the what do you call it? The default Lizette. Well, Orokai 5409, there is so much overlap between what occurs in Isleweaver and the story of Mathila, because she's in Isleweaver too, and with Garmy, and, you know, there's so many connections there. I was personally hoping that we'd see some instance of Garmy or Rel or someone would talk about them or something else like that. but it's almost like DE did another little tongue-in-cheek thing that like they put all the players out there and they said little things that kind of allude to these aspects, but they never went the full way and gave any type of confirmation. Like just the fact that Mathilla's there is something. And the fact that Nisi Man in the Wall has a good understanding of Mathilla says even more when you think about Mathilla's story with Garmy. Not to mention, then there's the other end of the coin that you see dialogue said by Rel during the Chains of Hero quest, paralleling Araxia and her spider babies and things like that, where Rel kind of talked about the exact same thing when he was doing the card game. So in Discord, I go back and forth, essentially. I've told this to people before. I know it sucks, and I get it, but I am easily distracted, and I love to get into long discussions. And I found, unfortunately, that when I keep my Discord open, because I enjoy all the little things that are going on, when I was like using it a lot back in the day, I would spend so much time reading things and trying to get answers to people and stuff like that, that it really it just completely got me off track. And I've come to realize that maybe it's because I'm older and I'm not used to the same type of things that the younger generation is, that like I don't have social media. I don't have Facebook. The only thing I have is Twitter, and I only use it for Warframe. I mean, and Pittsburgh Penguins hockey, because I love that, and guitar stuff, and video game stuff. But I just can't engage with social media because it takes my attention, and then I'll lose hours of time. And so I do very much apologize, because I know I'm not the most accessible content creator. And it's mostly because, like I said, I just have other things that I have to get done, and I've found that it really is detrimental. It's me thing. It's my problem. Let me see here. The gallery gone. What was it? The miniature of the Drifters class. Oh, yeah. Zerg, yeah. How about that one? Right? Yeah, like, I go in and out. Oh, look at this. Yeah, there you go. Okay, there it is right there. Look. Yeah, there's the Lisette above, and it's a portion. It's this part. It just splits off, and we fly it around, and then it comes back. I am a Yinzer, Dakini. I'm a Yinzer. Yeah. I'm actually surprised. You if anybody is familiar with Pittsburghese, you probably have caught a few stray irons and down there and down over there and stuff like that. When you start getting double A, I already got Claypool. I've already gotten already gotten all the AARP stuff and whatnot. It was actually pretty depressing seeing that come in the mail. Is the entire ship of the Zariman powered by just one finger of Wally? I would actually say, now this is just my opinion, because I don't think there's any definitive information there, but I would say no. I would say Wally's finger allows for void travel. I would say that the ship is probably powered in, common, typical ways of void, or of energy, if you will. Now, could it have been generated from a void reactor or something like that? Definitely possible, like on the ship. But I do think that the finger isn't necessarily a power thing, more so like a navigational if you saw Event Horizon, you know that spinny circle thing that allows them to kind of fold time? I would call the reliquary drive essentially very close to that. Let's see, Lua detached rationality. Pull my finger. Maybe our role in the story and life is to find the balance between those two and bring them together to end the wedding war. I'll tell you something, Steve. Steve, what's interesting is I'm actually starting to think that, let me see, Michael, Mr. Clean. I don't think I did, unfortunately. I'll look at it. Okay. Is there a connection to islands being destroyed and the Drifter losing their memories? I want to say no, but hear me out on this. I don't understand the method yet of Duviri in how it came about, because we got new information in Isleweaver about that too. The Drifter knew Entrati. The Drifter spoke with Entrati. Yet, for some reason, Entrati doesn't mention the Drifter in his notes. He only speaks about Thrax, which to me has always been a bit suspect. I don't understand why we wouldn't have known about that beforehand. And it ties me to that line where Nisi says two souls or two entities raised in completely different environments. Given that we know now, well, we don't know it, but it's very convenient that all of the struggles of the Drifter, including him being able to essentially learn how to focus time within Duviri, learning how to use Warframe, learning how to use void powers and transference correctly, weaponry. There is this aspect that just seems to say that perhaps without the Drifter knowing, or maybe with the Drifter knowing, they willingly gave up some level of their memories and went into this torture spiral. Because that's essentially what it is. Over and over and over and over again, getting killed. And I can't help but look at the whole thing as perhaps another of Entradi's plans. The only question I have is, what if Entradi's plans, like it always seems, get corrupted? Because he thinks some stuff and gets some situation together, but it seems like his hypotheses and whatnot always seem to bring about all kinds of horrible things in the process. You know, how he was attempting to originally understand the man on the wall, and so, hey, by doing that, here's a thought. Oh, I mean, and this is, in the reality, this is what he said. Oh, I'm so smart, and the indifference copied my smartness. So the only thing that we can do is give it a bunch of dumb animals, and what it'll do is it'll balance its intelligence so that I can be smarter than it. And he went and got a bunch of animals and threw them into the void, thinking that that would work. And the void just kept pumping them right back out to him as cadavers. And so, given that after this, he continues on these same type of methods, shenanigans of destroying things at all costs. I mean, if you want to take into consideration the Hex quest, if that on the message that we got was in fact Entradi, he seemed perfectly okay with destroying all the people in Halvania, including the Hex, in order to get the spark he needed. And we were supposed to allow it to occur. So, it just seems like Entradi's overconfidence is becoming his weakness. And it almost looks like the man on the wall is trying to exploit that in some way. I would even say there's aspects of that type of struggle within the dialogue that the two of them have during the Hex quest. How they're both trying to, like, outsmart each other, like one-up each other. Like, almost, I would say that the confrontation between the indifference and Entradi during the Hex quest, where Entradi's in the chair, is eerily similar to that of, if you've seen Sherlock Holmes, the second one, where he and Moriarty are, essentially he goes into an area to find Moriarty, and Moriarty captures him and kind of has him strapped to a thing, and it's a battle of minds at that point. And I can see a kind of similar parallel in that dialogue, where both of them are trying to one-up each other with their schemes and plans and how smart they are. So that's the real struggle at the moment. It's really Entradi versus the indifference. And both teams are vying for our services. Like, we're the awesome free agent. And they're calling, trying to get us to sign with them. Well, Durfin, I don't think, it's interesting, that mission in particular, the indifference says something there that's very interesting. I don't think the indifference likes us screwing with the nature of the universe. And I think that's kind of goes back to what I was saying before about the Orokin and how they were changing the nature of the universe, the randomness of the universe. They were making it a system of control. And I think there are multiple clues to the concept that the void represents chaos. Not chaos in an evil sense, but chaos in a random sense. And if the Orokin represent order, not in the benevolent order, but rather in oppressive order, there was a rebalancing that needed to happen. The problem is, it doesn't seem like the indifference is a benevolent figure either. And they are moving towards entropy. That's when the indifference talks about the stillness. That's what the indifference wants. Could the indifference follow us to Tau? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, we even get a lot of allusions to the concept of entropy within this very update. Code, I was thinking about that. What happens after the Void War? I was actually thinking about that because I think Destiny is going through that right now. And that is something that DE needs to really keep a good eye out on. Because I think in many cases with the Destiny community, a lot of them have left because the story is over. Like the final shape occurred, and that was the peak. That was the evil that we had been fighting for the last 10 years plus, and then it happened, and it was over, and we won, and it gives that idea of, okay, well, if this thing has been the grand power in the universe for as long as it has, and we killed it or we defeated it, how exactly can there be something out there that's more powerful to deal with? And I would argue that there's absolutely something more powerful there to deal with. And I hope DE goes down this path because I think it is the natural progression of where we go next. Once the Void War is over, that is when I think we need to get into the Dark Tenno saga. There is no way that every one of the operators are benevolent, just peace-loving creatures, especially with what we learned in Isleweaver. And so, if there are Tenno who can be influenced in a evil or negative way, that is where Warframe needs to go next, after the Void War. The Tenno would be the only thing that another Tenno would be able to deal with and have a struggle against. Oh yeah, we need to rip that. We need to get that Janus key off of Vor, man. I feel like we could just grab it off him, That's like we beat the shit out of him so many times. Well, like I said, I don't know where things are going, but I do personally know if somehow we come to an ending with the Man on the Wall, because in the grand scheme of things, that ending might not be off for 6 years, 10 years. I don't know how long Warframe's going to be, and I don't know what DE has in mind. Especially if we go to Tau, there's a whole nother section of things that could occur. The Man on the Wall could influence the sentience. We could have a whole other thing going on now where the sentients are actually part of the murmur, and then you have that going on, and Who knows if now, because the sentients are part of the murmur, that any type of void issues are null and void, literally, and they can go and do, and maybe there's like an upgraded version of sentience now because they don't have the same restrictions that they had before. And Kaizen, I think you're right, and I think that's something that they could do. I mean, they could introduce that sort of thing at any point where there's rogue aspects of the Tenno that aren't on board with things. You get that key, exactly, Mr. Clean. Michael McLean, that's right. Just tape it up. Get 4 Tenno, you know. Get Harrow. Get 4 Harrows. Right? Bring them in, chain them down, grab the key. We know it works. We know it works. If Tao's sun has not much light and it's blue, it might be a neutron star. Was that the one, Austin? That's interesting. Could be. I wonder. That would add a little spin to it. Durfin, that's actually something else. We don't know when we get to Tau, we don't know what state it's going to be in. They could be having their own civil war going on. Yeah, that's exactly. Well, I personally don't want to see the end of the Man on the Wall because it's literally my favorite, like, evil entity in gaming right now. Maybe even in media. But should that occur, that's my personal opinion. That's where you go next. And I think Destiny should do the same thing. I think they should have Dark Guardians. Because this whole thing of just going to Kepler or whatever the stupid crap, and then the conductor and that story was dumb too. Like, I'm sorry, you can't have this random little character like the conductor seem scary when I've already beaten the 1,000-armed witness that was 10,000 times my size, and it was a snake that literally got into the freaking traveler somehow. It's just too far of a downgrade. It's too far. And I would say the same thing with Warframe. Is like, if you end the Void War and then you decide to go to fighting the Grenier or the Corpus or something like that, even with like Parvos Granum, that's a downgrade. I mean, there are other Void entities, but it seems like the Man on the Wall is the main influencer. Or I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I want to think that the Man on the Wall is the master, but there's nothing that says that. There's nothing in the story anywhere that describes the Man on the Wall specifically as the quote unquote master. So, and let's not forget too that the Man on the Wall is a term it's just used by 2 different characters because that's what they saw. It's kind of like the same thing with the indifference. Like, people make the mistake of believing that the void is indifferent, and that's not true. The void isn't indifferent. It's why they call it indifferent is because of how whenever someone comes into contact with the void, that's what it feels like. Is it Janus key? Because doesn't Vor call it the Janus key? Well, yeah, Aston, see, that's the thing. You might want to think about that, because in your story, you might want to think about that, because it's a great pivot off of a supreme enemy. So if you're looking, I would think, and, just from my opinion, if you're doing a story and you've incorporated some type of eldritch cosmic being into the fold as an enemy, you have to not, you can't go down. You can't go to a shit enemy after the fact. You got to get bigger. You can't go smaller. And it's a great out if you have a dark version of the thing that was already able to take out the big enemy. Because in that case, it's you against you. And, you know, that is like one of the quintessential battles of literature, of existence, of humanity, right? Pardon at Dust. No, I haven't talked about that, but I'm going to tell you something. What I think the fragmented ones very much could be what you're saying, that these are like people that made deals that have now come under servitude. I like that. But I also wonder if they aren't, and this is the reason why I've been thinking about this a lot recently, is because of the shapes of some of the murmur. Did you notice how most of the shapes are reminiscent to things that the drifter, and I guess the operator, would have seen in the beginnings of, like with the Zariman? The murmur's hands, they look an awfully lot like Void Angel's hands. That new enemy that we got, it just looks like the mouth of a vessel. Like when it opens up. And I can't also help but notice that whole temporal dust description, where it was essentially that this temporal dust came from, it's like the decayed dust of entropy universes, meaning that it could have been that the murmur could actually be derived from universes that the man on the wall has already kind of integrated, like the dead stuff of other places that it's taken down. There's a couple, Angel Bob, the Vitruvian image in the Zariman. I'm going to tell you something. You're going to like this. If you go into the Zariman and look, there's two variations of that picture. The first picture has the man on the wall that we've seen with the face smiling at us. But there's another one that you can find where the face certainly isn't smiling at us. They call it the nothing in Fortnite. Because I would actually say that there's parallels from the man on the wall to the nothing in the Neverending Story. Somebody actually brought that up in a different stream. There's a ton of them. I would even say you might even make the case that there's tons of Duviri inspiration that came from one of the final scenes in the Neverending Story, whenever Atreus and Falkor have essentially are flying through the cosmos, if you will, and there's all these floating islands left over, including the White Tower that they let the Orin guide them to, you know, and it looks like as Falkor's flying through there, I'm looking around like, hey, this looks kind of like Duviri, you know that? Hijao, hello, it's Wazula. Steve's, you're right. Don't forget eternalism. It might be the dust of our universe. And actually, on that same line, you know how when we reset a universe, you know when that happens? Like whenever the Drifter begins again, or Thrax begins again, or Nisi begins again. What do you think happens to the people before they reappear again? Are they recreated? Is every iteration a new variation? With the old one being destroyed, scrapped and turned into temporal dust. Every spiral that we go through. Nicaea? How is her name pronounced Nicaea? There's no A at the end. Yeah, it's just Nisi. What did I say? Didn't Harrow work at a prison because he's a being made of the infestation? Rodrigo. Harrow? I'm not familiar with that. I'm not familiar with that. I will tell you something though. Nisi is Nisi. Are you sure? Nisi? I don't know about that. Who pronounced it Nisi Rousalka? Are you saying Nessie? Oh well. No, see, I've seen DE pronounce it Nisi too on stream, so I I don't know if that's 100% accurate. I mean, I've heard them say it Nisi. I mean, Rebecca said Nisi. So I don't know if she mispronounced it there. English air, and you know what's crazy is I wonder if it always made that comment about what she says about giving the dead back their voice. I just hope that wasn't referring to Lloyd. Let's call her cooked. Yeah. She's not doing too hot, I'll tell you that. You feel bad for her, too, because there is a scene where you can see her human side still lives. She still feels human emotions. And I think we're going to be able to save her. I really do. I think that's going to be something that happens. Now, I don't know what's the story's going to entail in the process. Will it require the death of Minerva and Velemir? Like we actually are kind of privy to? Very possible. But I would also think that both of them, if they knew that their daughter would have been freed from this, would happily give their lives for it. Rousalka, that's it. That's the one I was looking for. There we go, Rousalka. Perfect. Because I was actually trying myself to come up with a Nisalka or something like that, but it never worked out well. Rousalka, I like it. That's the one. Rousalka. I think there's. Yeah, like what if the indifference, like, again, you could make the case that everybody now in the sanctum has some a very important connection with the indifference now. So, like, should we be trusting everybody in the sanctum? The man on the wall kind of brought the cavia back to life for certain. And then whenever Lloyd felt he couldn't do anything, so they almost kind of owe him. Tagfer absolutely hates Entrati. Like, he'll roll on Entrati in 2 seconds. You don't have to worry about that one. And then now with Lloyd and what happened in the Hex quest, like, is it really safe to be hanging out in the sanctum? Let me see this thing in Discord here. There's an effect that big scientists are usually more gullible, as they're so confident in their smartness that they can believe anything stupid if it feels right. I think you're onto something. That's what it is. It's ego. It's the ego. No wonder they all wear masks. Matthew, I think it's very possible the Lotus, it just seems like she's edging towards a Void Angel. That's my personal opinion. It seems like she is slowly giving in, but maybe has a level of resistance that's greater than, like, the people on the Zariman, like Kira and whatnot, and is able to hold it off. But you can tell it's weighing on her. I mean, the way that she behaves in the sanctum is very unbecoming. Waltus. No, Zerg, I have not yet done that. I have seen it, though, on Twitter, and I saw that essentially he has, like, red eyes, or light brown, like, orangish eyes, which I thought that was weird, because I just wondered why. Like, if he's supposed to be a copy of the Drifter, that's not what the Drifter looked like even in the beginning of the Duviri Paradox. So I'm curious to know why they decided to go with the color. Now, they may have just had that model available from something else and just thought that, well, we're never gonna take the mask off, so there's no real reason for us to change the eyes. You know, it was something that they already had, and they just put it in there. I'm waiting until Wally takes over the Lotus too, because I think that's on the menu. I don't know. I don't know when we get served it, but I think it's on the menu. I totally believe that. I totally believe that. Yep. Well, that's the thing, Matthew. That's the thing that I'm waiting for, and what I thought we were going to get before Tau, if that makes any sense. And it's one of the reasons why I was like, really like, oh, we're really going to try to do the Tau thing now? Because there's just so many other things I can think of that are kind of still hanging there. Like, did anybody else notice, you know, that part where the man on the wall talks, or where Rousalka says about her arm, and, you know, he kind of stretched out his hand and gave me life. Man, I think about that, and I think, God, that sounds so eerily familiar to the very end of the Call of Tempestari, when Parvus Granum did a very similar thing to Valaglarius. And I also saw a parallel in the spider and it whispering, Rousalka and Desire whispering to Parvos. Oh. Pardon that dust. I don't know. I mean, I think that would, to me, be a good through way to get to Tau, because it would give. So say like the Lotus does, like, would end up transforming or going into whatever this thing is that she's, kind of talked to us about, and becomes influenced by that. Given her tie to the sentience, and if Albrecht and Trotty wasn't Albrecht and Trotty at the end of the Hex Quest, and it was actually the Man on the Wall and Trotty who was talking about going to Tau, I feel like that would be a good throughway in the idea that the indifference now has its sights set on Tau and the entities that are there, to start making deals, to infect and corrupt that area too. And the Lotus would be a very good vessel in order to start that process. Because remember, the Man on the Wall doesn't attack. The Man on the Wall isn't aggressive. It always comes at you like a friend. And that's what I worry about. Like, what is the witch? What does that portion entail? Because she's telling us up front what's going to happen. Rousalka's hand does look like a cat claw. The Witch Queen Nata. Imagine that, huh? Just rip that right off of Destiny. It's not like they haven't ripped off enough things from you over the years. Man. I don't know. I can tell you this thing. Next month is going to be crazy. Everything's on the table. We could go to Tau. But I think there's other aspects. She's going to pull a Goku at the end of GT. There's just so few that would even. I don't know. Have any of you seen Dragon Ball GT? Yeah, I mean, Matthew, it looked like, from what I could, the way that it was described, she was like the second coming of Pergasa. Either passing the torch. I ripped it off Dishonored 2. Right? Wait, there's a Witch Queen in Dishonored 2 as well? What if the Lotus becomes mother to the Tau system? I mean, she could, but I mean, there's going to be a battle. Because remember, there's a demon out there. Oh, okay. Oh. I like that, actually, Aston. I'm interested in this project, just so you know. I want to see it whenever it actually comes comes to fruition a bit. Well, Coat, that's because Destiny sucks now. No offense. It used to be actually really fun. What if the demon is Lotus? What if? Why not? Why not? Albrecht, King of Tau. See, I don't even know if that's it. I don't know. Like I said, this next month is going to be. It's going to be something special. I'm just telling you that right now. Yeah, Matthew, I agree with you. If we get to Tau, I think it's going to be kind of like how Railjack is situated. Not using Railjack for those nodes, but in the same kind of thing where it's like Duviri and Railjack have their own like separate place that we'll be able to kind of go in between and back and forth and stuff like that. Austin, I hope you do get a contact with Microsoft. That would be awesome. I'd love to really see that. I went from Warframe to Destiny back to Warframe. Oh man, you ain't kidding. I tried playing the other day, and it's just, dude, it's so slow. And the other thing is, like, I just don't care about grinding for any more guns. I just don't care. I have all the guns, man. I don't need another flavor of an auto rifle. Like, please do something. That's one of the things I love about Warframe, is that the game isn't all about getting guns, because that gets old. You know what I hate more about looting guns forever? This is the thing that really bugs me, is that occasionally I come up with some weapons that I really like. And I don't want them to be out-leveled. Like, I actually enjoy them, and that's what happens. And then, like with Destiny is a whole other thing in its own right. Like, you don't even need to grind any weapons, really, because the amount of difference between this gun and this gun and this gun and this gun is so minuscule that you question. Like, when I've gotten other new guns, and I've put them on my character, and I've shot them, and I said to myself, wait, I have this weapon. I have this exact weapon the way it looks. I have this weapon the way it feels. I have this same flavor. Why did I spend 45 minutes trying to get this thing? You know, and again, I think Warframe has just so many systems over Destiny now. One of them in particular that I'm going to tell you that I think is an unsung hero, and I know so many people in Warframe absolutely hate it. But I think it is an unsung hero of Warframe. You're all going to hate me for this, but I'm going to say it anyhow. Riven mods. Riven mods allow you to take ass weapons and make them good. Riven mods allow for you to get a completely new play style from a gun that you thought was mastery fodder. To me, the fact that it's not easy to get them, especially the ones that you absolutely want unless you're willing to buy them, I like that. I like the rarity of that, like, it's not like I can sit down and just grind for a particular Riven mod. I can't do that. But what I love is when I grind for a Riven mod, if I decide to, even if I don't get the Riven mod that I'm looking for, many times, I can't tell you how many times over the course of my lifetime of Warframe playing, that I got a Riven mod for a gun that I had no interest in having in my arsenal in any way, shape, or form. And then it became one of my favorite weapons. Why? Because I was able to change the nature of that weapon. I love that about the guns in Warframe because you just never know what you got. You know, you can go on and find the best weapon in the world on a YouTube channel or whatever, but you just might grab a Riven and it might throw you a roll on some weapon that's just mediocre or is okay or, you know, is pretty good and make it into such a monster that it completely changes the complexion of the game for you, at least for a little while. And the best part about it is those mods many times they are stuff that it came spontaneously. It just occurred. You weren't even looking for it, and then it happened. So I know there are so many in the community that absolutely hate Riven mods, and I can get the reasoning why. I totally get it. But I am also saying that there is an inherent good to that system, and I think it's the reason why DE has never removed it, even with all of the complaining that's been. And I mean, it's not like it's new. People have had issue with Riven mods since as long as I've been playing the game. Emo, and I think you're onto something. They're a simple yet imperfect solution for all the weapons who are in dire need of a rework, but DE doesn't want to bother fixing. Or I would say maybe that's not a high priority. Like, would you rather DE do a run of all the base weapons like the Paris and the Bratton and stuff like that, or would you like some new content instead? I don't know. Me personally, I would rather them work on the game. I don't care that the Bratton sucks. You know, like I don't care that the Paris bow by itself is ass. You know? Maybe, but I mean, I can tell you this. DE has changed things based upon that before, even when they were making tons of money, if they felt it wasn't a good system. And they've done that in the past, where systems that were making them tons of money, but they didn't feel was right in the game, they took out of the game. So it's not something that's completely out of the realm of possibilities for DE if they felt that it was a big enough problem. And then there's the Incarnans. You know? So to me, like I said, I love that fact because it allows you, like I said, it allows another avenue. And I'd say, especially now that I'm kind of getting the new player experience again, you know, going through with this character and dealing with all the grinding, because, you know, Warframe just isn't about getting through the star chart and getting through the quests. There's more to it than that. And for us that have been playing for years and years and years, I think it's a different scenario, mainly because we've had these spaces in between content drops where we've had the opportunity to go and farm corrupted mods and farm the mods at Cetus and farm mods in other places and go and get different things over here. And whereas like the new player is on a straight path. They don't have time between quests. Like, perfect example right now, I just finished in the last stream, the Prelude to War, right? Now, if you all remember who were there, the time between the Maker quest and the actual new war was what, months? And don't get me wrong, I love the Incarnants too. I think that's cool as well. The difference there is that the Incarnants are specific weapons. Let's see, Sage on the game. I talked to you about you can take the first weapon you get to work on it to work for the max level. Yeah, well, that's in a, I mean, if in somehow, you know, if you are lucky enough after the War Within, or is it the Chains of Hera where you get the first Riven mod? 'Cause is it Paladina who gives us her first one? Matthew, that's a real good question as far as time goes, because that's something else I've been kind of contemplating. Like, I wonder if Hulvania is set in 1999, right? Is Duviri set in the time of the Orkin? English Aaron, they should guide new players towards completing side quests in addition to the main quest, but even then, you still don't get those chunks of time that we as veterans had between quests to grind for the things. The little things that came with each quest. I look at my full character, my actual character, and all the badass shit that they have, the little stuff. And I look at this character, and there is such a divide between the two of them because of time, but also because of the time spent. It's like, if I were to do a similar thing with my new character, that because you can't obviously do the exact same thing, but if I were to say, do a quest, grind all the stuff surrounding that quest, right? And then move to the next quest, you would be looking at, in order for a new player to get to 1999, to the Hex quest, or say to this new thing in TennoCon, it would take you years. Matthew, Duviri may have taken place, but Duviri was created at the time of the Orokin. Duviri was originally created when the Zariman was afloat. So the question that I have is, if 1999 remains in 1999, is it not safe to say that Duviri, considering it was created during the time of the Orokin, shortly after the Void Jump failed, does it reside within the time of the Orokin? '21. That was a long. That's quite the quest in time. But that's my whole point is, the Riven mod allows for some kind of bypass between some of these things to a new player. Hold on one second. Let's see. Do we think you'll get Kuva Gricadas? That'd be pretty awesome, don't you think? You mean like twin Gricadas? Twin Kuva Gricadas, like the twin Hex? Dalbert, that's there's one of the other things that we just don't know, because there is this ship that's sitting out there. Is it a copy of a ship? Is the real Zariman somewhere else? There are differences that they describe. According to the was it the Ember Prime Codex, there was nothing on the ship. Whereas if you go onto the Zariman, there's nothing human on the ship. But I'd have to argue with you that there's definitely some stuff on the ship. Zerg, I'm not really sure about one. So I don't know if Minerva is saying that she can, or if Quincy is saying that he can, that she can win a war by fighting and by out drinking the two of them. Because I think that's what, I don't think that she, because a lot of people were thinking that like they got together or something like that. I don't think that's the case. I think what she's alluding to, or I think what Quincy's alluding to is that apparently Minerva outdrank Velimir and Quincy at the bar, essentially winning. The ship of Theseus. Yeah, that one's. If they aren't the same anymore, are they the same anymore? They should bring back raids. I agree. I just don't know if they want to put the time into it, because they can't bring back raids the way that they were. Warframe 2, that's something, huh? Oh, Michael McLean, that's what Nisi is perfect at that. And that's what they talk about. That's the quintessential, the most dangerous thing about a female agent that is well endowed is that, in the way that Nisi is that men can be leveled. They can completely let their guard down. Again, I go back to it. If you've watched Bedazzled, you will see how Brendan Fraser, even when he tries to be tough against her, it just gets completely bowled over. And that's Rousalka, that's her power. Yes, Minerva is the Saren proto-frame. Did anybody get the dialogue with Eleanor where she may have seen the Hollow Children, or a version of herself with black eyes? What is the name of the ship that survived the flood? The Ark, you mean? You mean in the Bible? Oh, Matthew, I die for a first-person mode in Warframe. That's what I said when Pablo was talking about, at one point they were thinking about making a Quincy a first-person frame. Like everything about him was going to be first-person. And I got to say, I'm pretty disappointed that they decided to scrap that idea, because I really like that. Probably. Maybe. Wait. So if Minerva was able to outdrink them, do you think that has anything to do with her being Saren, and maybe she has some kind of resistance to, to toxin and whatnot? I think you might be onto something there. Maybe. No, Matthew, you don't even understand. I love, the faster the motion, the better. It's actually one of the reasons why I'm having problems right now with Destiny. I can't even play it because it's so slow. Like, I've been playing games like Warframe, this one game called RoboQuest, which is really super fun. Played Doom at 150% game speed. There was this other little mini shooter game where it was like you had to go super fast. I can't remember what it's called. But like, I've come to really appreciate extremely fast gameplay. Like Borderlands 3, you can set Zane up in a way that by using both of his abilities, he literally cooks all over the place. Like, it's like taking Gauss out and just running around all over. And I have come to find that that's what I like. And so I personally think that a first-person Warframe game, now again, I know it won't be for everybody, but for me, oh yeah, give me it. I want the speed. I want first-person bullet jumping. That's right. Spin the camera. I don't care. Spin it. Spin it around. I'm in. Oh, you better believe I watch anime fights. I was raised on Dragon Ball Z. That's how it is. I was raised on Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z is the reason why I got into lifting. I didn't have much interest in lifting weights until I learned about Dragon Ball Z. And then it became an obsession. Only because, for some strange reason, I thought if I pushed myself hard enough that I could get my hair to change color and I would go Super Saiyan. It never happened, by the way. I would play first-person Sonic the Hedgehog. Hell yeah, I would do that. I would do that. That sounds fun as hell. Armored Core, light builds, exactly. Anything quick. I love speed. I gotta have speed in my gameplay. I love it. I hate slow. And if I hopped on Destiny and it's like you're walking around in molasses now, and I was just like, dude, this is not working. I can't even get through a mission anymore. What happened? In Trotty the Hedgehog. What was your first interaction with Dragon Ball? I'm getting a little too old at this point. I think if I haven't gone Super Saiyan by now, it's probably not going to happen. Rebecca talked to you about the first-person testing. Aston, so would you be willing to elaborate on that a little bit? I would actually like to hear what you had to say about it. Yeah, AIM. It's kind of like how people view religion in our reality now. Same thing. Oh, Dark Shotgun. Don't worry, man. I have Xenoverse 2. And my own character has gone to the nth degree in that one. But I'm talking about in the really real life. I believed it. I believed it. I did. I believed it. I believed if I just kept pushing. And I pushed. I did it. I still push. I still do it every day. Not to the same degree as I used to. I mean, the intensity has gone way down because my old bones can't handle it anymore. Oh my God. See, Aston, I wish Rebecca should have called me. Oh, you saw BoJack Unbound first. Nice. Yeah, that was a good one. I liked the Dragon Ball movies. They were pretty awesome, actually. Some of them. Well, they were all pretty awesome. Some of them were real cool. The Broly movies always got me going. As far as it says, why do people like Dragon Ball? Why do people like Dragon Ball? I think there is first of all, there's the quintessential hero's journey that is, heavily embedded within the Dragon Ball story. Essentially, because I was actually telling my boy this the other day, like, Dragon Ball has had basically the same plot for every single story. So it was, dude came down from another planet or from another part of the world or whatever, beat the shit out of Goku. Goku comes back, has to, train and become stronger, and then comes back and becomes the man. And then, especially Dragon Ball Z, I mean, that's all Dragon Ball Z is. It's like, Goku, you got Raditz first. Goku gets the shit kicked out of him, and he needs Piccolo to essentially kill Raditz in the process. But then Goku goes on Snake Way and trains with King Kai and comes back down. So Vegeta comes down, and now he's fighting against the stronger version, but now he's got the Kaioken, and there he does that, and he beats Vegeta, and now they need to go to the dynamic to get the different Dragon Balls to wish people back. Oh, Goku gets out there, he gets crap kicked out of him, after the fact, and then he sits in the hyperbolic chamber and gets extra powerful again, and then comes back and gets super powerful and beats Frieza. And then this happens again in the Android Saga, and then it happens in Cell Saga, and it happens in the Majin Buu Saga. It's always the same. And the thing is, it was always the same, and I just couldn't get enough of it. Well, Goku is the man. Goku is the man. Superman would destroy Goku because Superman never has to get stronger. He's already at infinite strength. I would say it depends on the variation of Superman. And it depends on the variation of Goku. Now, if we're talking about Superman Prime 1 million, that's a different story. The one that lived in the sun for 1,000 years or whatever. No one's beaten that thing. I would say that might be one of the only. That might want to be one of the only characters that can take on Dr. Manhattan in a legitimate sense. It's. I don't really know what to say in regards to Dragon Ball, because I'm going to say this. There's a lot of people that aren't going to care for Dragon Ball at all. Mainly because you're gonna have to deal with the grunting. There's episodes that are just two characters mouthing off to each other and powering up. And that's like a whole episode. I would say, for those that haven't watched Dragon Ball, to watch DBZ Abridged, because it's a lot more streamlined, and it's it develops the story a lot faster. But the problem is that if you haven't watched the actual Dragon Ball Z, the best parts of Dragon Ball Z Abridged you won't understand, because they're jokes that are going to go over your head. That, if you've watched it and you understand Dragon Ball, the shit they say in Dragon Ball Abridged it'll make you just crack up laughing. It's so funny and it's so relevant. But if you don't have that cursory knowledge beforehand, all these great jokes are just they're gonna fall flat. We have a Goku Saiyan Warframe. What are you talking about? We have the Goku Warframe. There he is. Wukong is what Goku is based upon. Son Goku or Son Wukong. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got Goku in the game already. There he is. He's right there. I mean, that is what Goku is. He is Wukong. He's just a variation of him that was manipulated and threw into his own story. Okay, yeah, there you go. If you want to try the game or the story, but you are having trouble with it, that's a good one. That's a good one. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot tells the story of of Dragon Ball in a little bit more streamlined fashion. Plus, you get to play it too, so that's kind of cool, you know. Oh, you talking about during the missions that are during the thing where essentially that's all they do is power up for an entire episode? Yeah, they just and that's it. Like I'm talking 10 minutes. When Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 3, that transformation takes forever. Oh yeah, see, and that's it. Yeah, it's a good point. The Dragon Ball is actually a lot more closer to Wukong, because in Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z, but in Dragon Ball, not only does Goku use the staff, but also he flies around on the Nimbus Cloud, which is essentially, that's all Wukong stuff. Super Saiyan 3 is probably the coolest look. Although I like Super Saiyan 4 too. I like that as well. I like the ape look, where they kind of are like half ape, half Saiyan. It's like they need a bathroom break. That's exactly what dude, it's so weird. My college roommate, because I used to always, that's when we were watching it like during college, and he used to hate Dragon Ball Z just for that reason, and he would make fun of it so hard while I was sitting there watching. I'm like, dude, shut up! I don't care. And he would walk off into the other room, and then you hear him. Super Saiyan 3 Raditz might trip over his chair. That's true. That's again, it's definitely an acquired taste part of Dragon Ball. There's a lot of it too, everybody. If you know Dragon Ball, it's not like they do this every once in a while. It's like it's constant. The Frieza saga, I think that there was multiple episodes where the two of them just mouthed off to each other and powered up, right? Can Batman beat Goku with prep time? Well, according to, don't they say Batman can beat anybody with prep time, even Superman? Oh yeah, yeah. Even remember the 5 minutes that lasts forever? 5 minutes. No, I didn't like the Diamond version of Super Saiyan 4 either. No, I like the original, the GT version. In fact, I have some old figures. I used to collect the Dragon Ball figures when they came out back in the like the 90s. And so I have a bunch of them. I have like Broly. I have Goku. So to be honest, I have pretty much the whole cast. And I've got like 14 or 15 Goku and Vegetas each. Because they were just awesome. Warframe with Dragon Ball powers. Well, some of them we already have. Like, I would say Wisp's fourth is essentially the Kamehameha wave in a lot of ways, right? And then, I mean, you could make the case that Rhino has two more abilities in that he has Roar and Iron Skin. And that's, essentially when the Saiyans get, super powerful, they increase their strength and, they increase their durability. So you could say that Wisp has, so like if you wanted to, you could, dude, I wish Warframe needs to like allow you to make a Warframe. That would be so cool. Like, because you could make a Goku frame like that with different pieces. You could like use number 2 and number 3 from Rhino, number 4 from Wisp. Let's see, what else, chat? What other abilities that are already in game could we add? Yeah, okay, solar flare. That's a good one. Okay, who do we have is there an ability that's like that already? Like a blinding? I'm trying to think. You could use Wukong's Cloud Walk. You could do that. That would work. Excalibur Blinding Flash. There you go. There's your solar flare. It could be done. There's definitely the necessary abilities in game to make a Goku frame. Slugs movie. Oh, what was that thing called? I think I actually own it. What was it? The first 3 were what the World's Strongest, the Tree of Might, and the Dead Zone. I'm trying to think which one was. Hold on. Super Saiyan God Goku frame. Wouldn't that be like I said? You could do it, and then would we? What would be neat is if you could even like change certain colors, like how you know how like Rhino's iron skin changes color on your character. You could do the same thing. You make your Volman look like a Helldiver. That's awesome. Which movie was Slug in? Can't remember now. The original trilogy that I had pulled out there. That's Goku's the helmet. All your abilities are mine, and is always hungry. Yeah, you could do a couple of them. Like you could do like a Krillin frame, and you could do. That's the thing. Oh, it's Lord Slug. That's just the name of the movie. Oh, do I not have that one? Oh no, I don't. Because I have. I'll tell you which movies I own. I have Dead Zone, The World's Strongest, Tree of Might, Cooler's Revenge, Return of Cooler. I have Super Android 13, Broly the Legendary Super Saiyan, BoJack Unbound, Broly the Second Coming, Bio Broly, Fusion Reborn, and Wrath of the Dragon. I don't have the Path to Power. I don't know that one either. Oh yeah, that's right. They called it the Super Saiyan, but it actually didn't do it. Well, the other thing too, I didn't like that they made what's his name? They made Goku's dad turn Super Saiyan. That's stupid. Like they said before that it was this big deal that there was never the legendary Super Saiyan, and then there, the Frieza's seen him before. I don't like that part. What if we had a mimic Warframe? That'd be kind of cool. Oh, then it's the Then that's what they should do then, Shotgun. They should make it so that changes color like the heirloom skin or the deluxe skin. That's what I have. Yeah, that's what I'm using. Mr. Popo on standby. I love Mr. Popo. If you've ever seen DBZ abridged, Mr. Popo's so funny. Oh my God, that they make his character out to be hilarious. They also make his character out to be like infinitely more powerful than anything else. It's great. Oh man. Well, all right, everybody. I feel like we had a lot of fun here discussing Isleweaver, Warframe, Tau, Dragon Ball Z, all of which are many of my favorite things. The Bardock movie was cool. Made no sense. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. I know that that's not the canon Bardock, but like, I just, they took this legendary thing and something that took Goku and Vegeta like countless like significant battles and whatnot to achieve, and then they gave it to the dad. And whereas I'm sure he's equally badass, my problem is that the legendary Super Saiyan shouldn't. I don't think it should have been as revered if other people have used the form, even in like, I don't know. I guess it's an alternate timeline. I hate that kind of crap anyhow, where they just have to bring in something from the side there to add some kind of relevance to the Bardock story, the original Bardock story, where he didn't turn Super Saiyan, was fine. I just didn't see the need. Aston, I'm excited about actually playing that, Cool factor over substances. That seems to be where a lot of places are going. Got to watch on that. Sometimes your cool stuff is hollow. Hollow like the children. We all know about that. But with that being said, I hope you all enjoyed tonight's stream. I sure did. I'm glad you guys all came in. Joined me today. Got to talk a little bit about Isleweaver. Some implications, because we got some big things occurring in the next month. TennoCon's 2 weeks away. No, don't give up the job yet. Am I planning on getting into my main today? Raze, I'm going to try, and if I do, I will send you a text, or I'll send you a message in game. I'm not going to be able to do it right away. Unfortunately, I got some other things I have to take care of here after stream. Yeah, I know. Xenoverse 2 was actually cool. I like the stories in there, and I like that stuff. But at the same time, I'm a big fan of the original timeline more. Let's put it that way. But look for another stream this week. Look for my video on Isleweaver this week, because the script is coming along nicely. So I got a bunch of, I don't want to get too, release all the secrets. Just give you a little taste. That's that. But it's going to be a fun one, because we're going to be going into all different facets of this particular update and its implications moving forward. So I hope you get a chance to see that when it comes out. But with that being said, Have a good day, rest of your day, good rest of your week, and I'll catch you all the next time. And dear Lord, that script is long. Oh my God. So I'll talk at you all the next one. Take care, everybody, and have a wonderful night.